Ever wish you had a personal assistant who knows everything instantly? Welcome to AI Pocket Agent, your ultimate AI powered pocket assistant built with React Native. With this app, you don't need to type a complex query or remember specific tasks. Just ask and your AI expert handle it for you. In this tutorial, we're gonna build an AI Pocket Agent step by step by setting up a React Native project, integrating powerful AI capabilities, creating a smooth and user-friendly interface, and making the app intelligent and responsive. This is a React Native full stack application which we are going to build with the help of React Native and Expo. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about how we are going to build this application. Now once user open app very first time, he will see this landing screen. With the help of get started button, user need to authenticate with the help of Gmail account. Once user select the account, user will redirect it to the home screen. Now after coming to the home screen, you will see there are bunch of different agent assistant showing on the screen. At the bottom, we added the tab navigation with the help of Expo router. I'm going to tell you how easily we are going to add because we are going to develop this application completely from the scratch. Now, if you see, we added this all the bunch of agent and assistant list and displaying it on the screen with the help of flat list. Now, if you want to use any of these agent, simply click on it and it will redirect you to this chart UI. Simply ask any question. Let's start with this hi message. Click and simply send this. Then it will think and then it will give you the response quickly. Now, obviously this particular agent is related to this fitness coach and that's the reason it will only give you the answer related to the fitness. If you ask any question like how to gain weight in 3 easy steps, okay, and simply send this, then AI will give you the answer within a second and that's related to this fitness only. If you ask any other question, can you help me to write email and send this, then it will say that it's just a fitness coach and specialized in workout and diet plan and cannot answer any other question. So we added and we trained that particular agent so that he will answer that specific related expertise. That's how cool it is, right? Simply that's about the fitness coach or a fitness related agent. But let's say you want to generate a caption for your image, right? So simply we also added this image picker option inside the React Native app. Simply select the image for which you want to generate the caption and simply you can enter anything like give me caption and hashtag, right, and simply send it. You don't need to do anything. Over here you will see this beautiful preview of the image which you just sent and then you will see the caption along with the hashtag for your social media account. We did not write any query, you did not write what need to do. This particular agent will take care of everything. Not only that, but even though if I select the image, just as any simple image and then send it, it will still generate the response with these captions and the hashtag as well, right? That's how easy it is. Now there are different bunch of assistant we created, but what if you don't find any assistant which is relevant to you? Don't worry, because we also added an option to create your own agent. Just click on this create now and here you will find an option to create your own agent. We also added this beautiful emoji picker for your assistant. Select the best which you think is good for you. For example, let's say the email writer. Okay, so I have this particular emoji I said. Here will say email reply agent and then you can add some instruction. For example, we'll say reply to entered email or agent/response to enter email. Okay, professionally. You can add anything, it's completely up to you. And then simply create this agent. Once you create the agent, obviously you have option to try this out immediately, and then you will jump onto this email reply agent. Here you can add or you can simply say hi, and then it will ask, okay, thank you for reaching out, how can I assist you today? Simply enter your email, and then it will reply. It will write a reply for that particular email. You don't need to give any instruction because you already set up the assistant and slash agent for your task. Okay, so there are a lot of use cases that you can build with this AI Pocket agent. Now let's explore this second tab, which is the Explore tab. Over here you will find an option to create an agent. Obviously we reuse the React Native component at multiple places, so you don't need to write the component each time. Over here you will find your newly created assistant. Now previously I created this diet planner assistant. Now recently we also created this email reply agent, and that particular agent slash assistant is showing under this tab. Over here we also have this feature agent tab. Okay, and then most interesting part, over here you will see your history. Obviously once you communicate and conversation with the AI agent, it will save all your conversation so that you can come back and check your conversation. If you see all your conversation over here, pretty cool, right? So you'll not lose, and you are not only that, but you can again start chatting with that, okay, with the same previous history messages. So we also learn how can we save all of this chart history, how to create the agent and save it to our Firebase Firestore. Everything we're gonna learn it. Then we have this profile tab where you will see this beautiful clean profile screen. Obviously we have some shortcut option to create the agent. Go to the Explore page, a My History page, or if you want to log out from the application, you can simply log out from the application. Now everything we are going to build it completely from the scratch. If you are new to the React Native, don't worry, because we are going to build from setting up the React Native project or running it on emulator, actual device, everything we are going to or I'm going to tell you from the basic. So don't worry. If you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And if you want to access to the source code of this particular project, simply go to the tubeguruji.com, where you will find all the exclusive courses and the source code for each of the project. Okay, simply you can even join the Tubeguruji Pro membership just under $15 and get access to all of this project with a source code. Okay, so guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, because I recently launched a brand new AI application called Clerk Studio, where you can build an AI short film with the help of our Clerk AI with a consistent character, and obviously you can create in a different video style. Obviously within a click it will create a beautiful short film for you under 2 minutes. Not only that, but you can even create a product images. You have option to create the short video for your social media account, and you can get started with the free trial as well. Also we are working on developer account where you will get an access to the GPT-5 model for a free. So everything is included inside this Clerk Studio platform. So give a try. I will put the link in the description so that you can check that out, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI Pocket Agent application. Now it's time to create a React Native application, and for that one we are going to use an Expo. Expo is a build tool to develop the React Native application much faster. If you are a beginner, then Expo will help you to build your application step by step. Obviously, simply go to the expo.dev and you will land on this official website of Expo. It's free, completely free, And the most important thing with the Expo, you can run your application on the Android, iOS, as well as on a web application as well. That's how easy it is. With the Expo Go Android and iOS application, you can even try your application and test it out directly in your actual device. So first thing, let's go to the expo.dev. Simply go to the documentation. Here, this is the quick start in order to create a React Native project. So just copy this command. Then we'll open a folder where you want to create a project. Open a terminal, add that folder, and simply paste the command which you copied, which is npx create expo at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Expo application. If you see, this is the 3.5.3 version. Say yes to proceed and then give the application name. So here we'll say AI Pocket Agent, and then it will create all the complete project for you. It will install all the dependency, all the packages. And here the project is now ready. Simply open a VS Code and open a folder where you just created this project. And then once you open, you will see some folders and file inside your project. Let me walk through each one by one. But before that, obviously this project comes with some default templates, right? Some default components, and we don't want that one because we want to develop our application completely from the scratch. So in order to remove all of this project and want to reset this project, simply go to the terminal. Here click new terminal. It will open a terminal inside your VS Code, and simply here you need to run npm run reset project. Now this particular command is already inside the package.json file. If you see, this is the command, right, which will reset your project. So just click enter. So it will ask you, do you want to move existing file to the app/example, or you want to delete it. So we'll say no, and once you say no, it will delete it all the files which we don't want. And this is the default completely scratch Expo React Native project. Now very first folder, which is the app folder, in which we are going to write all our application screens, the layout, tabs, everything will be inside this app folder. Inside here we have this root layout, and if you see right now we have one layout called stack. Then we have the index.tsx file as well. Now each React Native project has at least one layout file called a root layout, okay, which will hold your complete application, or maybe we can say it's a start of your application. Then we have the index.tsx file, which is the default page of your application. Now once we run the application, you will see this is the default page. Now if you're new to these tags, don't worry, because I'm going to explain each of these tags. So view tag is nothing but basically an div tag which is inside the HTML CSS, which hold your layout, okay. And then in order to display the text, we have to use this text tag, which is important from the React Native. Otherwise everything is similar, like applying a style, all the classes, everything is same. Then in order to store your images font, you can put inside this assets folder. If you see right now we have this default font and some images as well, which you can keep inside this assets folder. Then we have node module, obviously, which contain all your packages and folder. We are not going to touch to this folder anytime. Then we have app.json file, which contain a configuration related to your Expo application or React Native application, like name, slug, the version of your application, the package name for Android, web, iOS configuration, everything is inside this app.json. If you see, we also have this splash screen which is mentioned. Obviously at the end of this particular tutorial, I'm going to tell you how we can generate the APK file for the Android and the iOS file in order to run on an iOS device as well. Then we have package.json file and package.json file, which contain the name, version, along with the script to run your application or on a different device, like on Android, on iOS, okay. And then some dependency along with their packages. If you see from the Expo, there are a lot of packages already installed, so you don't need to worry about those, and some dev dependency as well. Now it's time to run your application. Now there are a couple of ways that you can run your application, okay. So first I will open a terminal and simply type a command npm run start. Now this will start your Expo Go application. Okay. Now here if you see, you have option to run on an Android device, iOS device, or even on web application, right? But if you want to use your own device, right, in order to test it, you have to make sure you will be on the same network, and then you have to download the Expo Go app. Okay. Now this Expo Go app is available for Android and iOS, and make sure you are on the same Wi-Fi network in order to test it, and then you can simply once you run your application, you will simply see your application name, and then you can test it. But if you want to test it on your uh, emulator, you can even use iOS emulator if you are using MacBook, or if you are using Windows, then you can use Android Studio. Simply make sure to install the Android Studio. Once you install, you will see this virtual device manager. Just click on that one. If you don't see any device already, then make sure to create a new device. Then here you select the phone type. Make sure you will select the phone type with this icon, right, which contain a play service icon. So make sure to select that. Then click next, select the OS which you want, and some extra settings. Okay. Once you select, your device will appear over here. Then you have to start your device by clicking this play icon, and then it will start your emulator inside your system. And if you see, it's getting started. Perfect. I will close this particular window, because you can even close the Android Studio as well. You don't need that. Okay. And here if you see, our Android device is getting started, which is similar like a actual Android device. Here make sure you will say allow to the US debugging. And now if I go back to our VS Code, I will just use like this. Then simply press A in order to open an Android emulator. So we'll say A, and if you see, it's saying opening in Android, and this is the device we are using. Right now it's saying that you need to install this Expo Go application into your device. So make sure to install. So say yes, and then it will install the Expo Go app directly into this emulator. Same thing you have to do on your actual device if you want to test it on your actual device as well. Right now it's installing, and boom, if you see, our application is getting loaded. Okay, over here currently it's building. You can see this very first time. Obviously it takes some time to build your application and install on your device, and this is the splash screen for your application. You can change it later on, and then this is our home screen. If you see, this is the simple text showing in the center of the screen. Now if I go to this app folder, inside this we have index.tsx file. Over here you will see this is the text which is written. Now if I modify this text, let's say subscribe to Tubeguruji. So you guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and then simply save it. Once you save without refreshing the screen, as soon as you save it, it automatically refresh it on your device. You don't need to do anything. That's how cool it is, right? Perfect. Obviously if you don't want this, you can remove that, and then it will start on the left top corner. Okay, so that's how guys you have to create your application. Then you have to run your React Native application on your actual as well as on emulator. Okay, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now let's create very first screen of our application, which is a landing/login screen. If you see this mockup where we are going to show this image at the top, some text heading with a subtitle, and then button to get started. On the click of this button, obviously we are going to authenticate user with the help of Gmail authentication. But first we'll design this login/landing screen. So let's go back to our application, and then this is our index.tsx file. In that one we are going to add, if you see this mockup, we don't have this header, right? So you can remove this header. Simply first we'll go to the layout.tsx file, and I'm going to remove this header for all the screen, right? So what you can do, first I will use tag, and then inside this tag we'll say tag dot screen, because we have one screen called index, so I will just name it as a index with a file name. And then to this tag screen we'll say screen options. Okay, now inside the screen option you have a property called header shown, and just mark it as a false. Once you save it, you will see that the header is now gone. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this index.tsx file. Obviously this text is going far beyond the layout. So what you can do, inside the style you can simply add some padding. So we'll say first padding to 20. Okay, then you can add a padding top. Now we want to add a padding depends on the different device. So we can say platform dot operating system if is equal to Android, then you can add a padding top to let's say 30. Otherwise for a iOS you can add a padding like 40. Okay, after this we want to add an image. Now I already added one image inside this assets folder under this image folder called login.png. So I will share this all the assets with you for a free. Okay, the link is in the description, so you can check this out. And this is the image that I'm going to use. So simply we'll say image. Now this image tag, if you see, I'm importing from the React Native. Then to this image tag you will need to mention that as a source. And then if you are trying to fetch the image from your local assets, you have to say require. Then inside this you need to give the path. So in our case is assets slash images slash login.png file. Okay, then don't forget to give width and height. So here we'll say style. Now I want to give width to the depends on the screen size, so we'll say width. Then have property called dimensions dot get. Here you can get the dimension of the screen, and you want a width, so we'll say width into 0.85. okay, so little bit less and something like this, say. Okay, then we'll also add some height, let's say 280. Then I will add a resize mode, so we'll say content, so it will not crop, see. And then we'll add a margin top to let's say 40. Now let's add little bit more, say 100. Okay, something like this. But if you want to keep this everything in the center, right, you can even apply style to this parent div. So to this one we can simply add something like a background, sorry, we'll say justify content in the center. Okay, so it automatically come in the center of the screen. So if you did not provide a margin, that's completely fine. After this image we want to show a content, so I will add a view, and inside this view we'll add a text. Now I will just copy the text from here, so we'll say welcome to AI Pocket Agent. Then make sure this text is also importing from the React Native, okay, because in order to display the text you have to add that. Let's save this one. This is the text, if you see it's displaying on the screen. Now for this text let's add some style. So over here we'll say a font size, let's say 28. Okay, then we'll say a font weight to bold. Then text align in the center of the screen, and then we'll add a margin bottom as well to 10. Okay, and then save it. Now in order to change a color, you can even change the color and give the hex code, but we want to use colors at many places, right? The same kind of color we want to use it. So in order to keep the color at one place, you can create a new folder called shared, and you can keep all the shared types or any component inside the shared folder. And here I will create a colors.tsx file. Inside here we'll say export default, and then make sure it's export default, and then you can give the colors. So for example, for the primary color of our application, I will use this blue color code, so to FF. Okay, for a white I will add hash FFF, and for black we'll say hash 000. Okay, so this is how we need to add. Now in order to access, simply say colors dot primary. So you don't need to mention the color code. If you want to change your color of your application anytime, simply go to the colors and change this variable, and it automatically reflect everywhere. Okay, that's how easy it is. Then once you added this text color, let's add one more text. So we'll say text, and let's copy from this mockup as it is, and then save it. So this is how it display. Let's apply some style to this one as well. So over here we'll say font size of 18, then text align in the center of the screen, then we'll say color. Now if I put this color, okay, it's kind of lighter gray color. Okay, so let's use this color inside our color code, and here we say gray hash FFF, and simply we can refer this over here. Okay, and then save it. And at the last we want to add a button. Now in order to add a button, you can use a view with a text, and then simply you can say get started. Okay, obviously for this button you need to add some style. So inside this view we'll add a style. First we'll say width to 100%, then we'll add a padding to 15, then we'll say a border, not border, but we can add a background color to colors dot primary, and then save this one. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so now let's add a border radius to say 12, and then you can add some margin top to let's say 20, and for this text let's add a style. Here I will add a color as colors dot white, then text align in the center of the screen, then also we'll change this font size to let's say 16. Perfect, and that's how our button is ready. Here I will give a more margin top. Okay, so the button will look different than this text. Perfect. So that's how our landing screen is now ready. Now this button is currently not clickable. If you see, I'm not able to click it. Now in order to make this button clickable, you have to change this view to let's say touchable opacity. Now here we have different touchable option like touchable highlight, touchable without feedback, but touchable opacity will give you the animation as well. So make sure to wrap your button inside the touchable opacity. Make sure to import it from the React Native only. Okay, and then once this is done, let's save this one. Now if you see, I can able to press this button. So that's how our first screen is ready. Congratulations. So I hope you understand, and this is your first screen. If you never build the React Native application, then if you build this screen, you already learn more than 50 to 70% React Native, guys. Okay, because that's all we have. Now it's all about the logic and how we are putting our idea inside this app. It is very important to secure our application from unauthorized user, and that's the reason we are going to add an authentication for our application. If you see after this get started button, right, user need to authenticate to our app. Obviously our application will check if user is already authenticated or not. If he is already authenticated, then we'll redirect user to the home screen. But if he is not authenticated, it means very first time coming to our application, then with the help of Clerk Authentication, we are adding the Gmail authentication. Simply user will select the Gmail account, and then after successfully sign in and sign up, it will redirect you to the home screen. As simple as that. Now obviously in order to secure our application, Clerk Authentication is the best service provider in the market. That's because Clerk provide a lot of different authentication providers like social authentication, multi-factor, email password or magic click authentication, and many more. And the most important, very easy to integrate. You don't need to worry about any complicated behind the scene configuration. Clerk is taking care of everything for you. Also, Clerk recently introduced the Clerk Billing feature, which you can add the payment gateway directly into your app by just adding a single line of code. First, obviously, we'll add authentication to our app. So I will put the link in the description. Click on that link. So we'll jump onto this Clerk. Simply sign in to the Clerk account, and then you will jump onto the dashboard. Over here, you have option to create a new application. So simply click create application. Here I give the application name, and then you can select different sign in option. Okay, make sure to enable the Google sign in option and then click create application. After this, make sure to select the Expo framework because we are using Expo. And if you see, there's some step-by-step method that you need to follow in order to add authentication directly to your app. Okay, so first thing, you need to install this Clerk Expo SDK. So copy this npm package. We'll go back to our app inside the terminal, click add new terminal, and then install this Clerk Expo. Then you need to copy this Expo key. Currently we are in the development mode, right? But once you move to this production, this API key you need to update. But for now, we'll copy this API key. This is the publisher key actually. Simply I will go to the .env file. So create a .env file inside your root directory and then simply paste it here. Okay, now you might see I have an error. Okay, that's because I'm using MacBook, so I have to run the command with the sudo. Okay, but for Windows I don't think so you will get any error, but if you get any error, just you need to enter a password and then it will install that particular package. After this, inside this root layout, you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So I will go to the app under this underscore layout. Sorry, I think let's add a Clerk provider. Let's copy this and make sure to wrap your application. Now make sure to import this Clerk provider as well. Okay, so I will just copy this Clerk provider and then I will paste it here and save it. The next step is to add the token cache with Expo. This is very important. That's because with this token cache, when you come back to your application again, right, it will not ask you to sign in because it will save your token. So let's add that. So first you need to install this, and after installing you need to provide the token cache, something like this. So just copy that and provide to this inside this Clerk provider. I will also import this token cache import statement. I think I copy incorrect one or what? Token cache. So this is the complete import statement and then save it. Now if you scroll down a little bit, right, this is the method to check whether user is already signed in or not. Okay, so I will copy this because that is very important and I will paste it here. Make sure to import this use auth from the Clerk Expo. Okay, and then inside the use effect I will check is sign in. Okay, now if is not, or if you will say that if it is sign in, then we'll redirect to home screen. Okay, otherwise will not redirect, and I think that's all we needed. Now obviously we want to use a Gmail authentication, so you don't need to add this custom sign in and sign up page. So scroll down at the bottom and simply click continue to Expo guide, or you can click in the description for the link for the Clerk documentation as well. Then you will jump onto this doc. Over here, Clerk Expo quick start guide, will scroll down at the bottom. Here we will find auth with Expo. Now with this one, First, you need to import this all the import statement like use SSO or session web browser. Now this is directly from the Expo only and which is already installed. So this package you don't need to install it again. Just make sure that you are adding that inside the index.tsx file, okay? And not only that, but this layout.tsx I will also cut it from here, and then I want to add inside this index.tsx file, okay? So make sure to import it this statement as well and then save it. Then you need to use this use warmup browser method. Let's copy that and just paste it above this index.tsx file. I think I forgot to paste this. Then you have to use this web browser auth session. So I will just copy above this index, and then we'll use this all the code which is mentioned inside the page.tsx, okay, until this. Now over here I will simply paste. Now make sure to import this use SSO, use callback, and then auth session as well. I think we already added the auth session, or maybe I forgot, I don't know. Let's add this auth session as well. And the last we have the router, right? Now in order to route it after successful sign in, simply you can say use router from the Expo router, okay? So you'll navigate to that particular page. Right now we don't have any home screen or tab navigation yet, so we'll just keep it like that and then save it. Now over here I will add on login press, okay? Now this on login press method I am going to attach to this get started button, okay? So you can attach to this touchable opacity. Here we have on press and simply call this on login press, and that's all you need to do, okay? Now in order to access the user information after successful sign in, you can access it using constant user is equal to use user. Now this use user hook is importing from the Clerk Authentication. Now in order to access the user email, so let's say you want to get user name, okay, or let's say email, so we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, okay, which is similar like a web clerk hook, okay. Once you add, obviously there are a couple of things we want to add later on, but for now we'll just check whether the sign in is working or not, okay. Now on the click of the get started, if you see, it's asking me to select the account. Simply select the account and then enter the password. And if you see, after successful sign in, I can able to see user's email, okay. So this is nothing but the one which we just console it. Now sometimes you might see issue that you are not able to sign in or not getting the user information. At that time, reload your application, restart your application, and then it will fix your problem. Now, one more important thing we need to consider, if a user is already signed in, we want to navigate it. So that's the reason we added this if condition. But along with this, we don't want to show this button until we have this is sign in value. So to do that, first what I will do, I will add a constant with loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make this loading as a true. Once we have is sign in is not equal to undefined, okay, so we'll check if sign in is not an undefined, then we'll set the loading as a false, okay. And at the bottom we'll add a condition, if not loading, then we'll add an operator, something like this, okay. Otherwise we'll add a condition, if loading is equal to undefined, then we might add a loading indicator. Now for the loading indicator, you can use a React Native inbuilt activity indicator component, okay. Over here for this component you can simply add a size okay, and you can keep like this and then save it. Now let's reload our application. Now it will be very quick actually, because clerk is returning whether it's sign in or not. And if you see, for a moment it was just hiding this button, but as soon as we have this is sign in as a true, then it set the loading as a false. Okay, but later on, once we have the home screen, we simply want to navigate to the uh, home screen on the click of this get started button once user is successful sign in, or maybe on the after checking this is sign in is true. Okay, because you don't want user to sign in multiple times. Now once user is successfully sign up or sign into our account, we have to make sure user information need to be saved into our database, and for that one we are going to use a Firebase database. Now we have to make sure once user is signed up, we'll save this info to our Firebase Firestore. Now Firebase is a real-time database and it's very easy to integrate and easy to make all the CRUD operation on the Firebase Firestore. If you are new to this Firebase, don't worry, because I'm gonna teach you everything step by step. Simply first we'll go to the firebase.google.com, then simply go to the console. If you don't have any project created, then make sure to create a new project. I already have, so I will select the existing one. Now inside this Firebase dashboard, here you will find an option called add app. Once you click on that, click web and then add nickname. So here we'll say AI Pocket Agent, then click register app, and once you click register, it will save the application, as well as make sure to install this npm install Firebase. So I will go over here and paste this command, so it will install the Firebase into our app. Then you have to set up this Firebase config. So copy this all of this code, then simply go back and inside the root directory, make sure to create a new config folder. Inside this config folder, we'll create a new file named Firebase config.ts. Inside this, paste the code which you copied and simply save it. Now click continue the console, and here you will find your application. Perfect. Now the next step is enable the Firebase database. If you don't see this option over here, make sure to expand this bill and you will find this option under this Firestore database. Select that, and then you might see the screen called get started, and then you can just see this empty screen. Now I already have one database running over here for the different application, but if you want to create a new database, I have an option called add database. Simply click next, give the database name, so we'll say AI Pocket Agent, click next, and then make sure to select this test mode. Okay, and simply click create. After this, you will see currently we don't have any collection, any records or any documents inside this Firebase. Now remember one thing, that table is nothing but the collection and the records nothing but the document inside the Firebase. Okay, don't confuse, I'm gonna tell you how it actually meaning for that one. Also go to the rule tab, and inside the rule tab make sure to add some future date here. Okay, so that your Firebase will not expire and you can able to test it for a long time. Simply publish it whenever you make a change. So you might see this error, but sometimes you see, sometimes not see. Okay, so if you want to create a multiple database in the same project, you have to make sure you have to enable the billing. Otherwise you can create one database and it's free. Now next thing, let's go back to our app, and inside this we need to set up a Firestore. So simply write constant Firestore is equal to get Firestore, and here you need to pass the app reference. Okay, now this get Firestore we need to import, so we'll say import get Firestore from, we'll say Firebase slash Firestore, and that's how your Firestore is initialized. Now make sure to export this Firestore so that you can use it in any page or throughout the application. Now the next thing, let's go to the index.tsx file, and whenever user is sign up, we need to save the user information. So this is the sign up, right? So just below this we'll say if sign up, right? When sign up is successful, then we'll simply say await Firestore dot. Okay, so over here this need to be await set doc because we want to add a document. Then you have to mention doc. In that one, the Firestore, okay, that we already mentioned this one. Then the collection name, so we'll say users, okay, nothing but the table name you can consider, and the unique document ID. Okay, so here you can use the unique document ID as user dot primary email address dot email address. Now it's very important that obviously we will not have the user information immediately, so simply you can say sign up dot email address, and then okay, so this is our document name, and simply after this you can save the field which you want, for example email as sign up dot email address, then name as sign up dot first name, or I don't know whether it has a full name or not, or let's say first name plus I will give space with sign up dot last name. Okay, and by default we can add created date or join date, we can say as date dot now. You can add a timestamp, okay, and some default credits, so let's say 20 credits. Here make sure to import the doc. So it's saying signed up might be a null, so we can add, we already have the condition. Here I will rename this to, let's say Firestore DB, okay, something meaningful. So I will also update in our Firebase config. So here we'll say Firebase DB. I think let's fix this, and we are getting this error, it's saying that email address might be null, so something like you can just add some empty string if there is a empty email address, okay, and that's how you can save the user information. Okay, so obviously we are saving that on the sign up only. So right now I will save everything. Now next time whenever user is sign up, it automatically save the user info. Currently we already sign up, but you can try to sign in with a different email address. Okay, so right now for the demo purpose, what I will do, I will add a users as a collection ID. Here I will add my email ID for a testing purpose as a document ID. Inside the email I will add the same, then the name I will say Tubeguruji, and credits I will add 20. Okay, so credits need to be a number, and then simply save it. So if you see, this is the document, means this is a record, and under that we have these 3 fields, as simple as that. Now it's time to add a tab navigation for our application. Once user log in to our app successfully, then we are going to redirect user to the home screen, which contain 4 different tabs. One for the home screen, the explore, history, and then profile. If you see on the home screen, we have this beautiful top header section as well. Everything we are going to implement one by one. But first let's implement the tab navigation. So let's go back to our application, and first thing you need to do is to create a new folder under the app, and we'll call it as a tab. So all the tab pages will keep inside this tab folder. Now for this tab folder, we need to add a dedicated tab layout file. So we'll say underscore layout.tsx file. Now obviously you need to write a complete template, a default template for this one. But if you want to avoid this, make sure to install this React Redux snippet tool. Okay, this is the VS Code extension make sure to install this. And once it installed, it's very easy to add a default template. Just type RNF, which stand for React Native Functional Component, click enter, and boom, if you see, the default template is ready. Now here I will rename this to a tab layout and then save it. Now over here, instead of this view, we'll add a tabs. Okay, make sure this tab you are importing from the Expo router. Inside the tab, we need to add 4 different tab screen. So we'll say tab screen. So I will copy paste it 4 times and then save it. Now obviously for this all the 4 tab screen, we need to create 4 different pages. So under the tab, we'll create home.tsx. Let's add a default template for this one. Same thing, we'll say explore.tsx with a default template. Then we want history.tsx with a default template, and then last profile.tsx. Okay, once you added this 4 screen, let's go to the layout, and inside here you need to provide a name. Now make sure you will provide a name matches with this file name. So we'll say home. Over here I will add for each of them something like this. So I will just rename this to, let's say, explore, then this one is history, and this one is profile, and then save it. Now obviously we need to redirect user to the home screen, so I will go to the index.tsx file where we have this login logic. Now once user is signed in, I will just simply redirect it to the router dot replace. Now replace will help us to not go back to the previous page once you jump it. Okay, so make sure to use this replace. Then we say tab home. See, automatically you will get the suggestion if you are using the TypeScript, and then save it. Now once you added this, make sure to reload your application. Sometimes if you add a new navigation or new routes, you might need to reload your application, and once you reload, you will see that we have the home screen along with these 4 tabs: home, explore, history, and profile. Cool, right? But the icon not look so great. These are some default icon. Obviously we need to replace with our own icons. So let's go to the tab layout, and each of these tab screen or tab icon, we can provide a dedicated tab bar icon. So over here we need to write an option. Inside this option we'll say tab bar icon. Okay, and then it will destructure the color and the size of the icon, and then here you need to mention the icon. Now there are a lot of different bunch of icon you will find on the internet. You can even use the image, but the best and easiest way to do it by using this Lucid icon library, okay, which contain a bunch of icons and is free to use. Simply go to the packages. I will put the link in the description as well, and make sure to import the Lucid React Native package. Okay, go to the guide. Over here make sure to select npm, copy this npm command, and then inside the terminal make sure to paste this. Okay, so it will install it. Okay, so I think to install with the sudo, and once it is installed, it's ready to use. Then you can simply type a name, something like, let's say you want to use a home icon, so we'll type home icon. Obviously I think first time you need to import it, so we'll say import from Lucid React Native, and this home icon we want to use, so I imported this home icon. Over here provide the size as the default size of this icon, and for color as well we'll provide a default color, and simply save it. Once you save this one, you will see the icon is changed now. Pretty cool, right? You can even change the label by providing a tab bar label, but I will keep it as it is. Now same thing you have to do it for all others tab screen. So I will copy paste everywhere, something like this. And now instead of this home icon, in this case I will use, let's say, globe. Sorry, over here we'll say globe icon, then history icon, and then we have the user circle icon, and then save it. And at the bottom now you'll see the icon are changed. Perfect. And obviously once you click on each of these icon, the color of this icon also get changed. You can even change the color of this active icon. Currently it's blue, but if you want to change it, just provide a screen option for this tab, and here you can add tab bar active tint color, and whichever tint color you want to provide, give the hex code for this one. But for now I will keep it as it is. Now it's time to implement the home screen. If you see this mockup, where at the top we have this beautiful header section, and on the header on the left hand side we want to add a button in order to get a pro access, the text in the center, and then the button on the right hand side with an icon. After that we want to show all of these agent list along with these beautiful images. Then the banner section where user have option to create their own agent, and again all other agent list. Now this agent we are showing in the form of grid, okay, along with the image, some title. So I already added all the agent list. Inside this agent list, if you see, we have id, name field, which is the name of the agent, then the description along with the image, okay, so which image it used. So obviously we are going to keep all the images into the local. Then the initial text, okay, once user click on that particular uh, agent, then obviously initial text we are going to pass to the AI model. The prompt, the type, whether it's a chart or it's an image or there are some like translation, obviously you will get to know why we are using these types. And the featured, okay, now only 4 agent we are going to feature at the top, and then all other we are going to show at the bottom after this banner. So that's the reason we added this feature flag. Now first thing first, let's implement this header, and then we'll implement this grid section. So let's go back to our application, and then first thing we'll go to the home screen under this tab. Now in order to update the home screen navigation, first you need to initialize that using the use navigation hook, okay. Now this use navigation hook is importing from the Expo router, and then inside the use effect you can define some property for this navigation. So first I will say let add a navigation dot set options, and inside this set option you can change whatever the text you want. For example, you want to change the header title, so simply add a header title, and you can give the header title something like this. Maybe here we can say text, and we'll add pocket agent, and then save it. Here make sure it's a header title something like this, okay, with a h smaller, and if you see the text or header is changed. Now you have option to change the or add some style to this one. For example, you want to change this font weight to bold, and then it will change to bold. Also if you want to change the font size to 18, you can update the font size, okay. Next we want to add a button on the left side, right? So over here you can simply add header left, so we'll say header left, and inside this header left you can add a button. So I will add a touchable opacity. Inside this touchable opacity, let's add a text, and let's add pro, okay. And if you see this button pro, okay. Now obviously we want this text in the center of the header, so over here I will add header title align, and this property will keep the header in the center. See, Now with this Pro button, we also want to add an image or icon. Now there are free icon library you will find, which is a flat icon, where you can get all the icons for free, okay, whichever icon you want. And once you search icon you want, simply download this one. Many of your users ask me how to get these assets for free, so this is the source that I basically use the icons or logos. Now simply once you copy that, add it to your assets folder under the image so that you can simply use it. Now over here I will use this icon, so we'll use image source, then we'll say require, and then give the complete path. So it is inside the assets images diamond.png. Then inside the style, give some width, so let's say 20, height to 20, and then save it. And if you see, we have this beautiful image now. Now let's align this. So for this touchable opacity, I will add a style. Over here we'll say margin left to let's say 15, then we'll say display as a flex direction as a row, and then we also give some gap, let's say gap to 6. Okay, so it will be in a one line. Then for this one I'm gonna add a background color to color dot primary, and then we also give some padding, so we'll add a padding to let's say 5. We'll add a padding horizontal to 10, and then the border radius. Perfect. For this text, okay, so over here we'll add a style because we want a text color to be white, so I will add a color to colors dot white, and let's change this font weight. We'll add as a bold. Perfect. And that's how our button, the Pro button, is ready. Now on the right hand side also we want to add an icon, right? So similar like a header left, we also have one property called header right. Okay, now inside this header right, so we'll just add a setting icon and then save it. Now for this setting icon I will add a style, and we'll say margin right to 15, some space. Perfect. And that's how our header is now ready. Obviously on the click of that we will add on press event later on, but for now we are good. Okay, now next part is to display this grid. Now consider that this is a one component. Okay, so let me clean this out. Okay, so this will be one component, and then this will be another component, and again this will be another component. But the question is, can we use this component? Okay, so instead of creating two different components for similar kind of grid, can we use it as a one? The answer is yes, we are going to do that. Okay, so let me show you how. But before that, we have to copy all of this agent list. So I will copy that. Let's go back to your project. Inside this we already have the shared folder because we are going to share this. So here I will say agent list.tsx, add this all the list. We don't want this, so I will remove this code. Okay, now this is very important that first you need to add all these images. So I already added inside the assets under the image, and under the agent I added this beautiful agent icon images. Okay, so obviously all these assets are free to access. I will put the link in the description. Now second important thing, you have to provide a correct path over here. Now inside the image, actually if you see I have agents slash agent 1, right? So that's how my folder structure is. So make sure to update. I will make sure it is also updated to in the document. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. So I will just update everywhere. Once it is updated, we have to make first four or whichever you want actually the feature to true. Okay, now so that we can only show the first four agent as a at the top. Okay, so once you make the first four as a true, so that we are ready to display it. Now as you know, we need to divide this particular page into a small components which is a reusable. So in order to create a separate component, we'll create a new folder inside the root directory and we can name it as a components. Inside this we will add home. Okay, because all the components related to the home screen we can keep inside this home folder, and inside that we'll create agent list .tsx, or we already have the agent list, so here we'll say agent list component .tsx. Now let's add default state and then save it. After this agent list component we need to add on a home screen. So let's go to the home and simply over here we'll add this. So we'll say agent list component. Now for this particular view we'll add a padding to, let's say, 15. Okay, now once the agent list component is displaying on the screen, then simply we are going to use a flat list to display all the agents. So we'll say flat list. Now to this flat list component we'll add a data. Now data is nothing but the agent list which we already have. So over here maybe we name it as an agent list. Let me go to the shared component. Inside that we have this agent list and we again call it as agents. Then inside the render item we'll say item comma index and the arrow function, and inside this instead of writing the card code here we'll create another component to hold the card information. So it means this particular for this particular component we'll create a different component. So under the home we'll create agent card.tsx file, add a default React Native function template, and then here we'll accept the agent info. Okay, and the type is props. Now obviously here you have to mention the agent type. So we'll say type agent, and also we need to provide a props type as we are using a TypeScript. So that's the reason we need to provide all of this information. Now inside the agent we have the ID of type number, then we have name of type string, description of type string, then the image again it is of type string, initial text, with the type string, then we have prompt. This prompt is very important, okay, that is also available, and then feature of type boolean. Now once you add all of this, let's save this one. Obviously here we'll say agent card. To this agent card you need to provide an agent with an item and key as index, and then save it, and here you will see all the agent card. Now we have to make sure we want to only display the agent with a feature flag is equal to true. So over here we'll say if item dot featured is true, then only display that. Obviously we are getting this error, you can ignore this by using providing this ts ignore and then save it. And in this case if you see only 4 times is rendering. Now let's go to the agent card, and first thing we want to display the name of the agent. So here we'll say agent dot name, then we want to display another text for the description. So here we'll say agent dot description and then save it. Perfect. Now for this particular view we'll add a style, and then we'll simply add a padding to, let's say, or not here because we will just keep this padding like this, but here let's add a background color to colors dot white. Then for these two text we'll again wrap inside the view, something like this. And then for this for this view we'll add a padding, let's say padding to 50. Over here I will also add a border radius to, let's say, 20 and save it, or make it 15. Now we want in a grid format, right? So go to the agent list, or not agent list, inside our agent list component, and to this flat list you can just mark number of column. So we want only 2 columns, so make sure to pass it as a 2. Now once you pass the number of column or you change the number of column, you have to refresh your Expo application. Okay, so just type R inside the console and then it automatically reload your application. And if you see, now it's showing in 2 columns, but still it's not aligned properly. So inside the agent list component, I will wrap this agent card inside one view, and to this view we'll apply some style. The most important thing we need to mention is flex to 1. Okay, and we'll also give padding to 5, and if you see, it came in a perfect width. If it doesn't come, make sure to reload your application. Okay, and then you will find it is in the proper grid format. Perfect. Now let's go to the agent card, and to this view we want to give a specific certain height. So here we'll say minimum height to, let's say, 180, and we'll keep like this for now. Now for this particular text we'll add a style. Inside this we'll simply say font size to 20, then we'll add a font weight to bold. Then for this text we'll add a style with a color as colors dot gray, little light. I think that's pretty good. And most important, for this particular text we only want to show maximum 2 lines, so I will provide number of line as a 2, and it will only show 2 lines. See, for this style we'll also add a margin top to, let's say, 2, and lastly we want to add an image. Now over here we'll add an image tag with a source, then inside the source we already have the agent, so we'll say agent dot image. Okay, inside this provide a style, so we'll add a width, let's say 100, height to 100, and then the resize mode to content, and then save it. Now this error is coming because it's saying this agent dot image might be undefined, so you can add a condition. So display this agent image only when this agent image is available. Okay, so still it's showing this error, that's weird. Or maybe you can just ignore this warning. Right now if you see, we are able to display these images. Okay, now okay, we have to ignore with this one. Now I will just wrap this image inside the view because we want these images on the right side. So for that one I will add a style, and for this view I will mark the position as absolute. Then we want on the right hand side, so make right to 0. Then we want at the bottom, so we'll make bottom to 0, something like this. See, with the proper height. Now if you want to give more height, you can give minimum height to 200, and I will just increase this size little bit. Okay, and now we have this beautiful avatar images displaying on the screen. Pretty cool, right? Now if you observe, even though our card is with a rounded corner, still it's going out of this card, right? So to avoid this, simply we have to provide an overflow hidden. Okay, and then save it. And now if you see, it not going outside of this particular card. And that's how we have to add and display the agent list. This is the quick and easiest way, right? Now second, we'll quickly update that, but before that we want to show this banner. This is also very straightforward, so we'll create a separate component for that. So inside this component folder only, under the home folder, we'll say create agent banner.tsx, add a default template. Now once you create, you have to make sure you'll add that inside the home screen. So we'll say create agent banner, make sure that text is displaying. Now go to the create agent banner. Over here, first thing you need to display the image with the source. Now here I am fetching that image from the local, which I already have. So from the assets folder, under the image, under the agents, we have agent group.png file. If I save it, you will see it's quite big. So let's apply some style. So we'll give width to, let's say, 200, height to 120, and then resize mode to content, and then save it. After that, I will add some style over here. I will add a background color. So we'll say colors dot primary. Then we'll also add some padding. So we'll say padding to 10. I think not necessary to add padding because we want this image to touch all the corner kind of thing. But definitely I will give a border radius to, let's say, 15. Over here we'll add a view, and inside the view we'll add a text, and here we'll say create your own agent. So I think we have to make sure to add this text. Okay. If you are getting this error, make sure to reload your application. So if you see, this text is coming below to this image, so obviously I will mark this we'll make a display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row, so it will come in one line. Now for this view you can add some padding, let's say padding to 10. Then for this text I will add some style. Here we'll change the font size, let's say 20. I think 20 is too much, let's make it 16. And then font weight to, let's say, bold. Also you can change the color to white and then save it. Now if it's going out of this area, right, you can mention some width to this view, something like 150, okay, or let's say 180. And then below that we just wanted to show a button, so I will add touchable opacity. Inside this we'll add a text and we'll say create now. Now for this one obviously we want to add some style, so we'll add a background color, but we want a white color. Then we'll add some padding and we'll add a border radius. Then for this text we'll add a style, we'll add a text color, so we'll say color colors dot primary, then text align in the center, and for this button we'll say margin top to, let's say, 5, or make it 10. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we want to display. For this view you can add a margin top to, let's say, 15. So we want to add some gap, something like this, and that's how our banner is also ready. Now the question is, we also want to show the other agents, right? And the question is how we can use this agent list component and reuse that one. So the question, the answer is very simple, guys. You can use this agent list. Let me show you how. So go to the home.tsx, and again paste this over here and then simply save it. But it's still showing the same list, right? Now to fix this issue, you need to pass a type. So here we'll say type, okay, or maybe we can pass is featured, and here we'll mark it as a true. And for this one we'll say is featured as false. Now go to the agent list component, accept this is featured. I will pass a type any, and here we'll just compare item feature is equal to is featured and then save it. And boom, if you see, now we have the totally different user. Obviously this icon are same, we are going to replace it in a moment, but for now I hope this you understand. And if you see, now we are able to see this different agent list. At the top we have featured and at the bottom we have non-featured. Okay, now if I try to scroll it, I'm not able to scroll it. That's because our screen is not scrollable. Flat list is by default scrollable, but we are using two different flat lists in one screen. So to fix this issue, simply go to the home.tsx file, and inside this home.tsx file we are simply going to wrap this inside the flat list, something like this. Now to this flat list you need to provide a data as a empty, then render item as null, and list header component. Now this is very important. Make sure to wrap your complete view inside this list header component, close the flat list and then save it. Once you're done with this one, you can see you can able to scroll it very easily. Beautiful, right? So that's how we have to implement it. Now I'm going to update these icons as well, okay, and I will also update the list inside the eraser dock. So you will see this icon something like this for all the unfeatured or non-featured agent list. So after updating these icons for each of these agents, this is how it looks. It's not perfectly aligned, but if you see our mockup for this non-featured agent, the image is at the top and then the content below that. So similar way we have to implement. So basically we'll create another agent card component in order to display the way we want. Okay, so what we can do, we can create another agent card. So we'll say non-featured agent card.tsx. Let's add a default template, and similar like this agent card, I am going to accept this prop, and we'll define this prop as well. Now make sure you will export this type so that we can use it inside this non-featured agent card. You don't need to write it again, okay, and then simply save it. Now let's go to this agent list, and we want to show agent card only when the feature is true. So here we'll say if item, so we'll add a condition, if item dot feature is true, then we show this agent card. Otherwise we'll say, or we'll display non-featured agent card, and then pass the agent information similar like this agent card, and then save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application right now, obviously okay, so we incorrectly imported div, so we don't want a div. So let me copy this and undo everything, because we want a React Native function, and inside this now I will accept the agent with the type props. And if I save this one, reload the app, and after reload you will see this simply text. Right now, instead of writing everything together, everything again, I will copy this return as it is and I will paste it inside this. Okay, make sure to import these colors as well and then save it. You will see the same way, same thing, but in this case make sure to import this view, the text. Okay, the text is there. I think image is missing, that's why we are having this error. Also I think okay, so it's saying attempt to navigate before mounting, so maybe you can reload the application. And now once everything is set up, it's time to modify this non-featured component. Obviously we want this image at the top, so I will get it from here. I will paste it uh, above this one, but in this case we don't need to provide an position absolute and all. But for this view we can add a padding to, let's say, 15. Then the image size, I will change this to, let's say, 70. And then also here we don't want padding because we already gave the padding, and I think that's pretty good. See, now that's look good to me. For this view you can add a margin top to, let's say, 10, and I think that's all we needed. I will just decrease this height to, let's say, 180, little bit smaller, or make it 200, that's fine. Okay, so that's how, guys, you have to update for non-featured agent list, which is come below to this particular banner. Now if you want, you can add a different styling to each of this section. It's up to you how many agent you want to add. I'm gonna add more agent in the production. So obviously if you want to test this application, I will put the link in the description so you can test it in your actual device as well. Now let's implement the chart UI, where on the click of any uh, agent, we are going to redirect user to this chart UI as per this mockup, where user can start a conversation with that particular agent, and agent also will answer related to that particular agent type. For example, this fitness code agent will only answer related to the fitness question. Okay, and obviously we are also adding option to upload the image for certain chart, like for example if you want to generate the caption with the help of image, then it will generate the caption. So similar like that, right? So it's quite straightforward. If you see this mockup where we have user text showing on the right side and the agent response on the left side. Okay, as simple as that. So let's go back into our app, and first thing we need to do, on the click of it, we want to redirect user to that particular screen. So we need a new screen or a new page, and we'll go to the app folder. Inside this app folder I will create a new route called chart. Okay, as simple as that. And inside that we'll create index.tsx file. Now inside this, let's add a default template, and I will rename this to chart UI. We can call it as UI. Okay, and then save it. Now simply I will reload the application, as we added the new page to our app. So sometimes you have to reload your Expo application. After reloading, if you see we don't have any error. Now I will go to the agent card, because on the click of that card we want to navigate, right? So inside the agent card, let's wrap this inside the touchable opacity. So I will replace this view to touchable opacity, so it will be clickable. And then simply we'll add on press event, right? Because with this touchable opacity, the on press is enabled. Now obviously we want to navigate programmatically, right, on the click. So we need to define a router using this use router hook from the Expo router, and then simply we'll say router dot push, because we want to navigate, right? So the push command will help us to navigate from one page to other. Then you have to provide a path name. Now in this case the path is /chart, and then along with this path we want to send some information, like what is the name of the agent, what will be the prompt, and other things. So over here I will add a parameters, and inside this parameter we'll say agent name, and inside the agent name we'll get agent dot name. Then you can say initial text, so we'll say agent dot initial text, and then we want agent prompt as agent dot prompt. Okay, so these three value we sent. Obviously you can send more information if needed. Obviously we will send that. I will also send an ID. Okay, so here we'll say agent ID as agent dot ID, and then save it. Now once you send this information, now if I click on this any agent, if you see, it's redirected to this chart UI. Perfect. Now I will go back to this index.tsx file where we want to implement the chart UI. So first we want an header. Okay, if you remember inside this index.tsx file, right, we already remove, sorry, inside the underscore layout.tsx file we remove the header for all the screen. But if you want to add for a specific screen, you can simply go to that particular screen, like in this case it's chart UI, and then define a navigation. Okay, using this use navigation. Make sure it is importing from the Expo router. And then inside the use effect, so whenever this component load, it will execute this use effect only once, and then we'll say navigation dot set option, and inside the option we'll simply add header shown as true. If I mark this as a true, boom, if you see, now we have the header, but the label we don't want this label. Okay, so you can change this header title using this header title property, and you can give any property, let's say agent, and now it's changed. Okay, but the thing is we wanted to show the name of the agent which we selected, and for that one we need to get all of these parameters. So in order to get this parameter, simply we'll use constant, and we want to destructure this parameter, but over here we'll say use local search params. Now this use local search param hook we are importing from the Expo router. So what it will do, it will get all of these parameters. Okay, and then we can restructure this. So here we'll say agent name, then agent prompt, then agent ID, and then we also have the initial text. Now all of this value once we have, now you can replace with this agent name, and boom, if you see, now we have the agent name which we selected. Pretty cool, right? Also on the right hand side I want to add a plus icon which will help us to start a new chart, and that is also again straightforward because we already added the right side icon or button. So over here we'll add header right, and inside this header right, simply you can define whatever you want. Okay, I think so obviously make sure it is inside the options, right? So maybe we can add over here. So here we'll say header right, and then we'll add that. So inside this I will just add a plus icon and then save it. So we have unexpected token. So just remove this colon and then save it, and if you see, now we have plus icon. Obviously this plus icon will help us to add a new chat that we will implement later on, but for now I hope you understand. If I click on this back button, it will go to the previous page. Now if I open anything, you will see the result. Pretty cool, right? And that is applicable for all these cards. I think it's not working for the below card which is not featured. So either you can copy this on press, you can simply cut this on press. Okay, let's cut this on press from here, and inside the agent list component where we have this flat list and we wrap this agent card and non-featured agent card inside the view, we can simply convert this to touchable opacity so that we can add on press event. Okay, as simple as that. Obviously here you need to change this to item because we are using item over here, and also make sure to define the router. So I will just cut it from here and we'll paste it inside this agent list component and then save it. Okay, now it will also work for this one. See, now independent of any particular agent card, it will work for all the agent. And also don't forget to remove this, just change this to view only instead of touchable opacity. And now if I click on this, it will also navigate to that particular chart UI screen. Okay, in order to implement the chart UI, first we'll simply add some dummy message. So I will create a new list called constant initial messages is equal to, and inside this we'll add a role of type user, and then some text will say hi, how are you. Okay, also I will create one more with a role as assistant, and then text will say I'm good. So this help us to design our chart UI. So this message we're gonna use it. So at the bottom we'll use a flat list. So here we'll say flat list. Inside the flat list, obviously we're gonna pass a data as initial messages, or maybe we can do one thing, we can simply create one state called messages comma set messages is equal to use state, and inside this I will provide initial messages. Okay, so that later on when we actually fetch all the messages, so we can directly display it through this message state. Then we'll render the item with a message comma index and then the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view. Here let's make this as an item, and inside this view we'll add a text. Okay, and inside this text we'll simply add item dot text and then save it. Now you will see these two text, right? Now depends on whether role type we want to apply some style, and that style actually driven our UI. So basically until this point we use the inline styling where we are used to define a style and like something like this, and then we used to define it. But right now we are going to use an external styling. External styling nothing but define style outside of this function. Just type RNS, so which stand for React Native style. Inside this make sure to import this style sheet, okay, from the React Native, and then simply define your style inside this. So first I will say message container, so here will say message container, and this particular message container class I am going to attach to this particular view. So you have to attach with the help of styles dot message container. Okay, now to this message container I will say max width, let's say 75%. Then I will add a margin vertical to 4, then padding to 10, and then border radius to 12. Okay, now this is applicable to all of this message. See, right? Obviously currently we are not adding any style to the text. Now the next part we want to do is to simply add a style for the message, the user message and the assistant message, right? So inside this style only I'm going to add a dynamic one. So here I will add inside the square braces, and then we'll say if item dot role is equal to user, then I want to add a style dot user message. Obviously we don't have that particular class yet, we will create it, and if the role is not user, then I will add a styles dot assistant message. Okay, Now these two class we need to define. So over here we'll define a user message class, and then we'll also define assistant message, something like this, right? Now inside the user message, simply we'll say a background color as colors dot primary, and then we'll say align self at flex end, so because we want at the right side, and also we'll add a border bottom radius, bottom right radius we'll make it to 2. Okay, that's because we want a kind of bubble, and let me show you how it looks. If I save this one, currently this is how it looks like, and obviously you can even change this border radius, depends on your requirements, and this is how it looks like. So at the right, obviously they have a bubble, but let's add a margin, let's say 10, so some space, something like this. See, and if you see, we have this bubble for that one. Perfect. Now for the assistant message, we'll say a background color as colors dot gray. Okay, so this gray is too dark actually. Okay, so what we can do, we'll go to these colors and we'll add a light gray, and here I will add a hex code, so something like hash DDD, so we can use this light gray. So I think I need to reload my application, and here we go. Perfect. Then after this we'll add align self at flex start every time. Okay, it's better to define, and then border bottom left radius to 2. Okay, so you will see that bubble, right? And it is only align self, so that's the reason it's not expanding to complete width. So that's how it works. Now next thing, we also want to add a style for this text, right? Depends on the role. So I will define that two different styles. So one for the message text. Okay, so here we'll define a font size to, let's say, 16, and then we'll add a user text with a color as colors dot white, and assistant text as well. So for assistant, we'll say color dot colors dot black. Okay, so if you don't have black, okay, we already have black, so that also you need to define. Once you define that, let's simply go to the view and then add a style. Here we want to add a dynamic, so add it inside the square. First we'll define a message text, and then we'll define the style depends on the role. So here we'll say if role is equal to user, then we'll add a styles dot user message, user text. Otherwise we'll add a style dot assistant text, and then save it, and here we go. Perfect, right? So that's how easy it is. So for this particular view, you can add a style, and here I'm going to add a padding to 10. Okay, for all of them. I think even though if you did not add a margin, now that's completely fine. See, now once you add this text, that you know that okay, for the role and assistant it's perfectly aligned to the left and right. Now let's add input box at the bottom. Now if you see this mockup, we have the fixed input box, and only this content is scrollable, right? So let's do that. So let's go over here. Now this we want to add outside of this flat list, right? And we can call it as an input box. Inside this input box, we'll add a view, and inside the view we want to add a text input first. Okay, so we'll say text input. Now obviously this text input is nothing but the input box. Okay, if I save this one, it's not visible at the moment, but later on you can able to see this. So here you can add a value. Let's add a placeholder so it will be visible for you. So here we'll say placeholder, type a message, and here you will see this input. Perfect. Now for the value, obviously we'll define that later on, but first we'll add a style for this view as well. So at the bottom we'll simply add input container, and inside the input container we'll add a flex direction as a row. Okay, then we'll add align item in the center, then we'll add a padding, let's say 10, then border width to 1, and let's give comma here. Now let's attach this input container to this view. So here we'll say styles dot input container, and then save it. Now we have this border properly border. Now for the text input, let's add another class name, and inside this we'll say flex to 1, then we'll add a padding to 10, then we'll also add a border radius. So here we can say border radius to, let's say 20, border width to 1, and then we'll also add a border color. So here let's add this light color, and for background color I will add a colors dot white, and I will also give margin right. Okay, because we want to add a button later on. Now this input you can attach to our text input. So here we say styles dot input. Perfect, right? Here you can also give some padding. So we'll say padding to 10, but we can add a padding horizontal to, let's say 15. Over here I will also update the same border color, something like this. Okay, and we'll also keep something like this for now, and we want now at the bottom. But before that, let's add a button on the right side. So over here, in order to add a button, I will add touchable opacity, and inside this we'll add a plain icon from the Lucid React. Okay, oh, that I don't need this one. I think let's add a send icon. I think that's pretty good. To this send, we'll add simply a style. Here we'll add a background color to colors dot primary, and text color, so I will just say color as colors dot white. Oh, so for color you have to define here directly colors dot white. And for a style, let's add a padding to 5. I think that's not working properly, but let's do one thing. Let's add a padding to this button only. And I will remove this padding. Oh, so actually instead of adding this style to over here, I will apply it to this touchable opacity, because that's our button, right? And let's add a padding to this one now, and then you can add a border radius to 99, because you want circular form. I will add more padding, something like this. Okay, I think for now it's pretty good, and if you want you can even define the size. Now also on the left hand side we want an image picker icon or camera icon. So over here as well I will copy this touchable opacity, I will paste it here. You will see this button, but in this case instead of this background color, because I don't want anything, so I will remove that, but we only want, so for color as well I will remove that. Here we'll say camera icon. Okay, and for this text input, or maybe for inside this, we'll say margin right to 6, let's say 10. Perfect. And you can increase this size to, let's say, 70, 27. I think this is pretty good. Now we want this at the bottom. So for this one, first I will define a flex to 1 and automatically it come at the bottom. Perfect, right? Now to this input container, I will just add a border radius to, let's say, 12. Okay, and then save it. And that's how it look like. Now next, once you start entering, right, you will see that it will open the keyboard. So obviously I'm on the emulator, but for you it will open the keyboard. I don't know why it's not opening right now. Let me go over here, and yeah, for the emulator you have to open like this. But if you see, I'm on the top of this one, right? I'm not able to see our text input anymore. Now to avoid this one, you just need to change this view to keyboard avoiding view. Okay, so just add something like this and then save it. Now if I click on this, let me scroll this. Now with this view, obviously if you test this on an actual device, you will see this particular input box will come at the top, right? Also add this keyboard vertical offset to 80 and the behavior padding and undefined depends on the OS. Okay, so I just pasted this out and also tested on an actual device, so it's working as expected. Now the last important thing that you need to check is by adding this text multiple times. Okay, so let me add this multiple times. Let's go back and come over here and you will see multiple message, and you can even scroll it, right, without even affecting this text input, and that's what we want. So I hope you understand at this point. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Next, we have to get user entered input, and on the click of send, we have to make sure we will add that particular message to the set message state. So first I will define a state called constant input comma set input is equal to use state, and it is of type string. Then if I scroll down, here we have the input box, and inside the text input, in order to get a user entered input, you have to write on change, or you can also say on change text to get direct value. Okay, and then we'll get a value. Now this value we have to set to the input as a value v, and then save it. Now next we'll create a method called constant on send message, and this particular method we are going to call on the click of this send button. So we already have this touchable opacity, so I will add on press and then simply call this on send message. Now first obviously we'll check if there is a message or not. Okay, so we'll say if not input dot trim, then we'll return nothing. Okay, obviously it will not go to the next step if there is a no message. But if there is a message, so we'll say constant new message is equal to, we have to give the role call user, and then we have to give the content. Now instead of this text, I'm going to change this to a content. Okay, because in the API endpoint we will get in this format, so I will just change this. Okay, and once you change this text to content, here as well I am going to save the content with the user input. Then this particular message you have to add to this set messages. So here we'll say set messages is equal to, you have to make sure you will get the previous messages. So we'll say also add all the previous messages along with the new message. Okay, and then save it, and let me show you how it works. So right now let's go back and let's come again. So right now this is default message, just ignore that, and I will say hi. After that click send, and then you will see this message get added over here. Perfect, right? If I add something, how are you, okay, and click enter, then that message is showing as soon as you send that. Beautiful, right? But we have to make sure this text, we have to remove that. So in order to remove this text, we will set this input with the empty string, okay. But for this inside this input box, for this text input, you have to pass a value as an input, okay. So every time, let me bring this down. So every time when you send some message, see, it will remove from the text input as well, so that you can enter the new message. Next thing, whenever you send any message, we have to make sure that particular message we have to send it to the AI model, okay. So let me quickly explain how it works. So basically, once you click on the send button, we are gonna call an AI chart AI model, and that model nothing but Kravik Studio API which we are going to use, okay. But this model will return the result, and that result then we are going to display it on the screen. Now, let me introduce this Kravik Studio. Kravik Studio is an AI short film generator platform with a consistent character throughout the complete video. Now, you can generate a multiple video style character like 3D Pixar, cinematic, realistic, um, Ghibli style, or even anime style as well. Not only that, but along with Kravik Studio, you can even generate a short video for your social media and the product advertise with an avatar in just one click. Now, talking about the AI short film, where you have option to edit each scene one by one, or you can even change the animation. You have option to even change the characters if you don't want, or you want to replace that character. Also, you can create a multiple episode by just clicking create new episode, and then it will create a multiple episode for the same story. Once you are happy with your all the changes, you can generate the complete episode at a time and then simply download it. But Kravik Studio also provide you the API where you can use it for free. Now simply go to the developer option. Here you will find how many credits left, the API documentation, and then API key. If you don't have an API key, make sure to create a new, okay, you will get an option to create, and then simply copy this API key. Once you copy, go back to your .env file inside your project, and here I will add expo underscore public Kravik Studio API key, and then paste this API key and save it. Now, this is very important because whenever you make any API call, you need this API key. Now let's go to this documentation, and then here you will jump onto the quick start. The first step is to create an API key, which we already did. Next, you have to install the Axios to make an HTTP client call. So I will copy this Axios. Let's go back to your project, and Axios is nothing but an HTTP client, okay. Once you install this Axios inside your project, then scroll down, and this is the easiest call that you can make it. Obviously, on the left hand side, you will see a different option. Let's explore this chart AI model which you want to use. Now, Kravik Studio is the only platform where you will get an AI models for a free, okay, where you can access a GPT-5 AI API for a free, along with the GPT 4.1, DeepSeek, Mistral, and there are many more coming up, okay, like Gemini, and there are a lot of others AI model that we are going to add, which you can use it for free. Here you will find that how much credits needed for that particular tokens, okay, and with you will get the 500 free tokens, so that's more than enough to start on a small scale. Now this is the endpoint where you want to make an post API call. In the request body, you have to pass this information, and you have option, you can use fetch, or you can even use Axios to make an API call, and then in the response you will get the response in this format, okay, along with how many token use, credit use, and remaining credits. Everything is there and is very easy to use. Now once you have the API key, once your Axios is installed, simply we'll use this Axios uh, and we'll make a call to this particular model. So now let's go back and I will close all of this tab for now, and inside the shared folder I will create a new file called global api.tsx, and inside this global API we are going to call this method. So just copy everything as it is and then simply paste it here. Okay, you don't need to do anything. Now over here I will create a method called export constant AI chart model and arrow function, and inside this I will keep all of my code. Another important thing, make sure that you will pass messages, okay, of type any. Now these messages you have to replace with this dummy one, and here we have await, so I will make this as async, okay. And in the response you can just simply return the response.data. So in the return we'll say response.data and then save it. Now make sure to replace your API key over here. So simply I will say process.env, and then from our environment variable I will add this key. Now whenever you add any environment variable, you have to make sure you will refresh your application, so or reload your application. So I will just go to the console, type R, so it will reload your application. Now after that let's go to our index.tsx file under the chart, okay, where we have all of this code. Now on the send of message, obviously we have to add first a system prompt. That is very important, right? And obviously we don't want this initial message, so I will just remove everything, okay, or maybe you can just remove all of this information. For a type I will add any with the empty string. Oh, so I think we are getting error because we need to provide a type over here, a specific type. So what we can do, here we'll say type message, and inside that we'll say role of type string, and then content of type string. Then I'll put an empty string with a message list, okay, and then save it. Now first thing, we are going to set up an system prompt, okay. So what we can do for that, we can just use this use effect, and whenever we have the prompt, so we already getting this agent prompt from the previous screen when you click it, right? Now this agent prompt will set it. So here we'll say if agent prompt, over here we'll say set the messages, and then we'll say previous message, and then we'll dot previous message along with the role. Now here make sure you'll pass the role as a system, okay, and then inside the content you have to pass the agent prompt, something like this, and make sure this agent prompt is of type string. So I will change this to string and then save it. Now right now as soon as I enter this one, you will see that system prompt is showing on the screen, but we have to avoid that. We don't want a user to see the system prompt. So to avoid that, obviously scroll down, and inside the flat list, whenever the type is role, so here we'll say if item dot role is equal to system, then you don't want to show. So here we'll say if not equal to, okay, something like this. And if you are getting this error, just ignore that and then save it. And now if you see, we don't have that particular prompt showing on the screen. Obviously we are not showing any system prompt, just a text with a role user and assistant. Now after this, on the send of message, we need to call an API. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await chart, or let me get this name. Here we call it as a AI chart model, right? Make sure to import that, and then inside this you need to send messages, okay, and that's all. But here's the problem, if you send this message, because here we are setting this message and it will not update your state immediately, obviously it will not update with this new message. So basically we have to add all the messages along with the new messages, okay, when you are passing to this AI chart model. So it will also pass the latest user entered value. After this, here we are using await, so I will make this as async. And once you get the result, so we'll say console.result, okay, and obviously you'll get that result inside the AI response. So if I check this API documentation, once you get the data right, inside that we have this AI response, and from the AI response we have the role with and content. So that's why I return like this. And once we have, we can also set this message. So we'll say previous message dot dot dot, oops, sorry, previous message along with the new message, which is result dot AI response. Okay, so let's test this out until this point and let's see whether we are getting the exact result. So I will go back to this previous screen. Now let's select this fitness coach and then let's say hi, okay, and we'll send this message. Now in the response, if you see, we got the result saying, hello, how can I assist you today with your fitness goal? Are you looking for workout plan, meal or suggestion or both? Now interesting thing is it will only answer related to these fitness questions. Perfect. So that's how you have to call it. Obviously you can ask more question that, okay, I want to gain weight, okay, and once you enter, oh sorry, so I think I miss it. So here I will again start the conversation. I don't know why it's coming this bottom border, but here if you see, we got the result. Here we'll say how to gain weight, and if I send this, it will get the answer, okay. Obviously it will take some time to get the answer. Obviously it's big answer now, okay, but if you see that we have the response and everything. Now there are two things that we need to update. First, when AI is thinking and getting the answer, in the meantime we have to show some kind of loading indicator. So in order to add that indicator, simply, now there is a work around it, okay, and to make it more easier. So what you need to do, when you are setting the message, we'll set the message over here. So we'll say constant loading message is equal to, and then we'll say role as assistant, and then content. Inside this content we'll just add loading, something like this, okay, and then you have to set this. So I will use this set message, but I will add a loading message, okay, and then save it. Now here you will see the change, but obviously this is not done, okay. So here we'll say hi for again, and we'll send this message, and it's saying just loading, see. But whenever this text is displaying, we want to show some kind of indicator, and then we need to again delete this loading state. Obviously we need to remove that message. So once we have the result and we are setting the message, we are gonna replace over here. So I will just cut, and inside this we'll say constant updated is equal to dot 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 previous message, and then we'll say updated of updated dot length. Oh, so here need to be something like this, -1, because we are just popping out that last message, and then we'll see, we'll just replace that with the new result. So here we'll say result dot AI response, so this one, and the last we'll say return updated, okay. So it will remove that message once you have the result. Now after that, whenever there is a text or content called loading, we have to show some kind of loading indicator. So basically inside this view we'll add if message, sorry, if item dot content is equal to loading. Then here in question mark we'll add activity indicator from the React, otherwise we'll simply show the text. And for this activity indicator I will add a size as small, and then color I will just keep as it is, or let's add a color as colors dot black. Okay, and then save it. And if you see, this is how it will look like once it's thinking. Perfect. Now let's try this again. So here we'll say hello. Now in this case it will not show that particular message, and boom, if you see, it show for a moment and then it gone. So that's how it works. So I hope you understand. Now whenever you open any of these agent, right, we want to add some default text inside the text input, because that default text we are already fetching, right, called initial text. So simply either you can, or maybe inside the use effect only, you can set the message or something like this. We can just copy that, and then so my bad, so we don't want to send, we just want to set it to this input and not to the message. So basically we'll set the input with initial text and save it. See, now if I go back, come to this writing assistant for example, now we have the default message. Okay, perfect. And with this default message, if I send it, you will see this beautiful loading indicator, and then we have this beautiful response as well. Now we also want to give user option to copy the AI's message, right now obviously we don't have an option. So in order to add a copy option, first we'll add a button so that user can click on it and copy that message. So inside this flat list, under this text, right, we can add a condition. So here we'll say if item dot role is equal to assistant only. Obviously we want to add that button for the assistant message only, and here we'll add copy. Okay, obviously this need to be a button, so we need to add, you can add a pressable as well. Pressable is also act like a button. Okay, we provide an on press event to you, and if you see, this button is added. Now to this button you can provide a color. So we say colors dot, let's say gray. Okay, little lighter, and then I will add a class name with a margin top to 3. I don't think so the styling get applied to this one. Anyway, that's not big deal. Now once user click on this button, right, we want to call a method. So we'll say constant copy to clipboard as a method, and this method we want to call on the click of this on press, right? But we have to make sure we'll pass that particular message. So here we'll say item dot content. Now inside the item copy to clipboard, here we'll say message of type string. Now inside the React Native, in order to copy it on the clipboard, Expo provide one library called Expo clipboard. Okay, now over here, now with the help of this Expo clipboard library, you can easily install integrate that clipboard functionality. So first copy this npm command, go back to your project, inside the terminal just paste it. Okay, so I think, and then this is the way that you can implement it. Okay, so just you need to pass a text to this clipboard set string async. So over here I will add that, and for a message I will pass this message. Make sure to import this clipboard, so I will import this statement as well, and then we are using await, so I will make this as async, and then you can show alert message as well. Okay, now just add alert and we'll say copy to clipboard, or you can even show a toast message. Okay, because in iOS the toast not work, but in Android you can add toast Android. We say show copy to clipboard, and then over here again we need to add Android, toast Android dot bottom, or you can say center, whatever, whichever you want. Okay, let's say bottom, which is a standard one, and then save it. Now if I click on this copy button, see, we got the toast message and also we got this notification, and wherever you want you can simply paste that. Now it's time to add an image picker option where user can upload the image and ask about the image which user uploaded. Obviously for that one we need to follow some flow. First we need to allow user to select image from his image gallery. Then that image, on the click of send, we need to save to the Firestore, and from the Firestore we'll get the URL of that image. Then that URL along with the user entered message we need to pass to the AI model, and then the workflow which already we implemented will continue. Okay, so depends on whichever question you ask for that particular image, our AI model will answer to that one, as simple as that. Okay, but first thing first, we need to allow add the select image option. So for that one we are going to use an Expo image picker library. This will allow us to pick an image from the image gallery, and it's very easy. First you need to install this npx expo expo image picker. So simply copy that npm command, then I will paste it inside the terminal, and then here you will see you can add this permission if you want. Okay, it's completely optional, but on the click of image picker we need to just use this line of code. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Over here I will create a new method. We'll say constant pick image sync. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await image picker. If it's not importing, make sure to import that image picker. So we'll say import star as image picker from expo dash image picker. Okay, so if I scroll down to our method, this is the image picker method, and here then we'll say launch library image library async. Okay, if you want to launch a camera you can also do that. Now here you need to provide a media type. Okay, so we'll say image picker dot media type options dot images. Okay, now you can also check over here how it works. Now media types is changed with this one. Okay, it make a little bit easy, so we'll just replace with this value. Okay, obviously we'll just allow images at this moment. Then you have option allow editing. If you want to edit, we'll say false, and then you can also update this quality. Okay, so we'll add it as a 0.5, means half of the quality. We don't want to save a high HD quality information to our storage. And after this we'll simply say if result dot cancel is not there, means user selected the value, then we need to set the file. Obviously we need to define this file state at the top, which can hold this file information which we selected. And then we'll say set file, we'll get from the result dot assets of 0 dot URI. Okay, now this will actually save the file information. I will put a type as a string, and once you have this, make sure to call this pick image method on the click of this camera icon. Okay, so here we'll say on press and simply call this pick image. Now let's test this out. Now if I click on this pick image, if you see, we got the image picker option. Beautiful, right? Now select the image which you want. For example, if I selected this image, and it gets selected, but obviously we are not able to see which image we selected and all, right? We need to add somewhere the preview of that selected image. Now once you selected the image, you can even add that preview because we already have the file information, right? So what we can do, we can simply wrap this view, the input box view, in another view, something like this, okay? And then inside this view, we'll check if file is there. So we'll say and if file information is there, then simply we'll add a div, and inside that we want to show an image. So here we'll add an image tag with a source, and we want to and then simply over here, obviously we are displaying from the URL, so or URI, so you have to provide URI and then the file. Over here you can add a style saying width, let's say 50, height to 50, and I'll also add a border radius to, let's say, 6, okay, and then save it. And if you see at the top, we have this preview. Beautiful, right? So that's how you have to add it. Now you can add some styling to this one, okay, it's up to you. So for example, to this view we'll add a style, we'll add a margin bottom, to, let's say, 5, okay, and then you can add the cross icon in order to remove it. So over here I will just add touchable opacity. Inside this I want to add or you can add a cross icon. Let's see how it looks. Oh, that's weird. I think that's just add X icon, okay, because something like this, right? So you can remove it, and we want one line. So for this view we'll make it display as flex, and then we'll give flex direction. Oops, sorry. So here we'll say flex direction as row, okay, so that you have option to remove that selected image, okay. Now on the press of this touchable opacity, we'll set this file to null, okay. Now let's change the state to null as well, or null, so we'll not get that error, and then save it. Now if I cross this or click this one, you will see it's gone, and again you have to select the image, whichever image you want to select, and then once you select that image, you will see that image displaying on the screen. Beautiful, right? So you can see the actual preview of the selected image as well. So in our flow, if you see, we already have the selected option image. Now it's time to upload image to the Firestore because we already have the selected image. Now in order to upload the Firestore, very first thing you need to do is to go to the Firestore. Inside the Firestore, obviously we don't have storage enabled, so simply go to the bill. Inside the bill you will see an option called storage, okay. Just click on this storage option. Right now you will see something like this, right? Simply say get started. Here you have option no cost location. I think you can select this one, okay, for if you want to use free, and simply say continue. Now we'll do in a test mode, so we'll say create, and here our storage is now enabled, okay. Perfect. You can add more bucket into this one, but we'll keep it like this for now. Now in the usage you can just check, inside the rule you can just check, you can add a more future date, and I think we can keep all other things as it is. Perfect. Now once your storage is enabled, let's simply go back to the Firebase config file, okay, where we define the Firestore DB as well. Here you need to define the storage reference. So here we say storage is equal to get storage, and then we'll say app. Now scroll up, and here you need to import this get storage. So we'll say import get storage from Firebase/storage, okay. So obviously once you have the storage reference, you can simply use that. So let's go back to this index.tsx file, because After click on the send button, now on the click of send button, we need to obviously check if user is selected the file, and then only we want to upload that file. So over here we'll check if file is selected, then we need to upload image slash or image to storage. Okay, obviously we can create a new method for this one. So just below that, here we'll say constant upload image to storage async and the arrow function. Okay, now simply if you want to know how to upload image to the Firebase Firestore, simply search on Google Firebase storage image upload. Okay, and then you will find this documentation from the Firebase very top. Here you will find how to do it. Obviously first we already defined the storage reference, then you have to define that image reference which you want to upload, and simply you can use this upload byte to upload the image, as simple as that. Okay, so let's do one by one. So we'll go back over here. First we'll say constant image reference which you want to upload is equal to reference. Make sure you import that from the Firebase Firestore, then the storage which we already defined from the Firebase config, and then the file where you want to save, okay, or whichever file name you want to upload. So over here we'll say AI pocket agent slash and the name of the file. So for the name of the file, I will give the unique file name every time. So we'll say date dot now plus dot png, for example. Okay, and then save this one. So this is how you have to add the reference, and then you have to say upload bytes storage reference. So over here we'll say storage, image reference, we gave name image reference, comma the file which you want to upload. So in this case we already have the file dot then, and then we'll say snapshot the arrow function, and here you can inside the console you can say file uploaded, something like this. Here you can add ignore. Okay, and the last we need to get a URL. So here we'll say constant image URL is equal to get download URL. Make sure you are importing from the Firebase storage, and then here you need to provide the image reference of that one. Okay, so it will return a image URL as well. I will just console that one, and the last, don't forget to return this image URL. Okay, after that this upload image storage we need to call inside our on send message when we have the file selected. So here we'll just call this one. Obviously I will say let, or we can just add over here only. So we'll say constant image URL is equal to, and then for now I will just console this image URL. I will not do anything. Okay, we just wanted to check whether we are getting this image URL or not. Now it's time to save the user conversation and agent conversation into our database. So in order to do that, first we'll check if this is a new chart or not. Okay, so we simply gonna pass a document ID, or we can call it as a chart ID. Okay, and then if the chart ID or document ID is already exist, it means the conversation is the old one. Simply we have to fetch it in from the database, and then we are gonna save it and update it, depends on the further conversation. But if the document ID or chart ID is null, it means it's a new conversation, and then we need to create a document ID, and then we're gonna save it to our database. So let's go back to our application. Inside here, uh, we are going to get the chart ID. Okay, whenever user click on the history, right, that time you will get the chart ID. Obviously, when you are navigating from the home screen where user want to start a new chart, that time the chart ID might be null. Okay, now over here we'll simply check if the chart ID is not there, then we need to create a document ID. So over here we'll create a constant, we'll say doc ID comma set doc ID is equal to use state of type string or null, something like this. Okay, then if the chart ID is not there, okay, that means we need to create a document ID. So here we'll say constant ID is equal to new date dot now. So I am simply creating using the timestamp. Okay, and here we'll say to string. I think we don't need this new, just date dot now. Now let's set this doc ID with the ID. Now we have the document ID. Now simply whenever the message changes, means message this particular state change, it means the new message get added. We need to save that message to our storage. So I'm going to create a new use effect. Inside the use effect, we're going to execute this use effect whenever the messages changes, and here I'm going to check the condition. If messages dot length is greater than 0, it means we have some messages inside this, then only we want to set the doc. So here we say set doc, okay, from the Firebase Firestore. Then inside this we'll define doc, then the db Firestore reference, we can call it as a fire, we already having this Firestore db. Then the collection name, okay, so here we'll say conversation, okay, or maybe you can write charts, that is easy. And then the document ID which we already have, okay, so that document ID. Then we need to set this value, so obviously whichever value you want to save. So obviously I will write a user email. The user email nothing but the email that we are going to fetch. So in order to get the user email, you can simply get it from the clerk use user hook. Okay, now once you have this user, simply you can write user dot primary address dot email address, then the messages I will say, and then we already have this messages list, that messages you need to update. I think we need to add this document. So it's saying the argument, this one might be a null, so I will just add condition and document ID. Okay, so if both the things are valid. Here we are using await, so we need to make this as async. So basically over here we'll say constant response, we can call it as something like this, and here I will make this as async. Okay, or maybe we can wrap this complete if loop as well. Okay, and here we'll say save messages, and this save messages we can simply call like this and then save it. Now after this you can save whatever the information you want. In this case we save user email messages. Let's save the document ID as doc ID, and that's all we needed. Now this set doc only insert the record, okay, every time it will insert the new record, but we don't want insert every time. So basically we also want to update if the document is already exist. Now To do that, you need to say merge, and merge will be true. Okay, what it will do, it will check if the document is new, then it will insert the record. Otherwise, it will just update the existing document. Okay, it will not insert it, and then save it. So let's test this out. So I will go back. Let's open any of this, and we'll say how to lose weight. Okay, because this is fitness related, so we'll pass this message, and right now if you see it's thinking, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Beautiful. Now let's go back to the Firebase Firestore, and inside this select the database. Alright, so over here the collection is not get created. Let's see why. So after refreshing again, if you see, we have this collection called charts, and inside this chart collection you will see this document that we created, and here we have the conversation as well. Pretty good, right? And this conversation, obviously you can use it anytime. Now let's chart further. So here we'll say tell me some exercise, and then send it. Now once you send, over here you will see this message get added. Obviously it's a real time, and then we also got the response quickly, and that response is also get saved to our database. So that's how you have to save it. It's not only about this text conversation, but it also save the image that you are going to upload. Just along with this user email, message, and doc ID, we also wanted to save the agent name, agent prompt, and all of this information. Okay, so I will just copy everything. So the agent ID, initial text, and then pass that as well. Okay, so you don't need to mention the field, it automatically save it as the agent name as a agent name, agent prompt as a agent prompt. You don't need to save initial text and then save it. Okay, so make sure you will also save this document. If you want to write like this, okay, that the agent name, for example, and that also fine, it's up to you how you want to mention. Okay, and because when we want to page the history, we need this title, right? The same way that we are going to show, we are showing right now. So that's the reason we are adding this information. Now it's time to create an user's own agent, where on the click of this create now, we'll navigate to this new screen where user have option to create a new agent by filling some information. Over here, user have option to select the emoji. Obviously, we are allow user to select any emoji he want. Then user can enter the agent name or assistant name. Then the instruction is nothing but the prompt, what this agent or assistant will do. Okay, once user start conversation with this particular agent, and then on the click of save, we are going to save that particular agent to our database. So later on, whenever user comes and want to chat with that particular agent, user can directly start the conversation. Okay, similar like this one. Once this agent add, you have option, either you can display the user agent at the top, or you can even display under the explore section. So let's go back to our application, and inside this, let's create a new page. So inside this app folder, we'll create a new page called create agent. Inside this, we create index.tsx file, and then let's add a default template React Native function. I will rename this to create agent. Now once you created this new route, make sure to reload your application, and then on the click of this create now, you want to navigate it. So let's go to the home screen where we have this create agent banner. On the click of this create now, we already have this touchable opacity attached, so we're going to add on press event. Now let's add a router. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then I will attach over here, we'll say router dot push, and then we have this create agent route, and then save it. Now on the click of this create now button, if you see, it's navigated to this create agent. Now to this create agent, currently don't have the header, so you can simply add the header as well, and you know how to add it. So simply first we'll define a navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router. Then inside the use effect, we want to simply add navigation dot set option, and inside this we will say header shown as true. Now here don't forget to make sure it will execute only once, so you have to add this empty array string and empty array and then save it. Now if I go back and come over here, you will see this back button. Now you can even change this label, so we have header title and we'll say create agent. Perfect. Now for this div I will add a style, we'll say padding to 20. Then first thing we want to add an emoji picker, so I will add a state called emoji comma set emoji is equal to use state, and default you can add a default emoji as well. So in order to get the emoji, just search on Google emoji, you will find this emoji. Okay, you can select the whichever emoji you think you want as a default one. So I will select this one as a default. So I copied that and simply paste it here. Okay, so this emoji nothing but the text. Okay, now once you selected, here I will add a touchable opacity because we want to add on click event to that one. Then we'll add a text, and inside this we'll say emoji. Over here I think we forgot to add a text, so make sure to import this text. Now you will see this small emoji, but obviously we'll add some style. So over here for this text we'll add a style. Over here we'll say a font size of, let's say, 30, and then for this touchable opacity we'll add a style. Over here we'll add a padding to, let's say, 15, then border width to 1, then border radius to, let's say, 15, and then save it. Now you can add a border color, so here we'll say border color to colors dot, let's say, light gray, and we want a background white, so here we'll say background color to colors dot white. Now let's make this in the center of the screen. So basically we can wrap this inside a view, or you can, this need to be outside actually, and then over here we'll add a style. Inside this you can say display as a flex, and then align item in the center, justify content in the center, and that's how our emoji is showing on the screen. Now obviously on the click of this emoji it will open the emoji picker. Now for the emoji picker, just search on Google emoji picker React Native. You will get this RN emoji keyboard. I will put the link in the description so you can check that out. Copy this npm command, go back to your application inside the terminal, simply paste it here, and then once it is installed you will see this implementation how easy it added, right? First you need to add this state which will open the emoji. Okay, you can name it anything you want, but I will add it over here. Then don't forget to add this emoji picker import statement, and the last we need to add this emoji picker as well. So simply we can add this emoji picker just below this touchable opacity. Okay, now on press of this touchable opacity, so over here we'll say on press will open, we'll say set is open to true. Okay, then on emoji select, so over here we'll simply set this set emoji with emoji, oh sorry, here it has an event, and inside that we'll say event dot emoji. Okay, so it will set this emoji. I think everything will be as it is. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I click on this emoji, you will see the emoji picker will pop up. See, okay. Now here you have option to select any emoji. Okay, so for example, if you want to know the related to fruits, just select that and then this emoji will display it on the screen. Pretty cool, right? Next, simply add a text input. So after this, we'll add a view. Inside the view, we want to add a simple text. Here we'll say agent/assistant name and then text input. Now for this text input, I will add a external styling. And over here, I will also add a placeholder called agent name. Now we'll apply this input style. So we'll say style as styles dot input, and then over here we'll say a background color to colors dot white, then a border radius to let's say 10, then we'll add a padding to let's say 5 and then save it. Let's add more padding and we'll also add a font size. So we'll say font size to let's say 18, little bit bigger, and then give a margin top to 2. Make it 5, maybe a little bit more. Okay, so that's how you can add it. I think we can give more padding and we'll say padding top. Let's make it 15 from the top and padding bottom to 15. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we added this agent name text input. Now same thing you have to do. So I will copy this and we'll paste it here. Now for this text input, this will be the multi-line. So we'll say multi-line to true. Okay, and instead of okay, let's do one thing before that. We'll say instruction as a text. For this view, I will add a style. We'll say padding top to let's say 15, and then we also want to add a height. So along with this style input, I will also add a height. So over here, we'll say height to let's say 200. Okay, I think 200, that's pretty good. And here we'll also add for this instruction, it's starting from the center. So basically here we'll say text align vertical and then we'll say top and save it. Okay, so it will start at the top. So that's how you have to add. And last, we need to just add a button. So outside of this view, we'll add touchable opacity. Inside this, we'll add a text. We'll say create agent. Now for this one, we'll add a padding to 15, background color to colors dot white. Colors dot primary actually, because this is a button. Then we'll give margin top to 20, border radius to let's say 15, and then for this particular text, we'll add a color to colors dot white and then text align in the center. We'll also change the font size to let's say 18 and then save it. Perfect. So this is our form is ready. Okay, now here you have option to enter the agent name, the instruction. So here we'll say example, you are a professional teacher. Okay, or you can add anything, some instruction. I think that's pretty good. Now the last important thing, we need to save all of this state whenever user enter the input. So I will create a state called agent name comma set agent name is equal to use state. Then another call instruction comma set instruction is equal to use state, and then whenever the text input changes, so over here we'll say on change text, it will emit the value v, and then we'll set the agent name with a v. So we need to define a type over here with a string, then copy this on chain text, and also we are going to add it to this text input, and here we'll say set instruction for this one, and then save it. Okay, now we have the emoji, we have the agent name, and also we have the instruction. Simply on the click of this create agent, we need to save to our Firebase Firestore. So over here we'll create a method called constant create new agent, and inside this create new agent we'll check if agent name is not there, or emoji is not selected, or instruction is not there, then we'll return nothing. Also we can show an alert message, so we'll say alert.alert, please enter all details, and then save it. Now this create new agent we need to attach to this create agent button. So over here we'll say on press, simply call this create new agent. Now if I try to create a new agent, you will see this button saying please enter all the details. I think there is one more s is attached. I will remove this. Perfect. Now let's enter the agent name. So we'll say helper, you can add anything, okay, some instruction, and then create agent. And now if you see, I don't see any alert, it means we have all these fields. Now once you have all the fields, you just need to save it. So we'll say await set doc, inside this we'll say document, then Firebase DB, the collection name, so here we'll say agents, and then you need to provide a agent ID. Okay, you can create that agent ID. So here we'll say agent ID is equal to date.now.toString. So over here we'll say agent ID, and the last we need to set a document. So here we'll say emoji with an emoji, then agent name as agent name, agent ID as doc ID, so agent ID is nothing but the agent ID only. Then we want to set a prompt is nothing but the instruction, so we'll say instruction, then your user email who created this one. Now in order to get the user email information, you need to get constant user is equal to use user from the Clerk Expo. Okay, so which will get the user email like this. Here we are using await, so mark this as async, and I think that's all information we needed. Okay, but you can add more information like initial text or other things, it's up to you, and then save it. Now let's add an agent. So here this agent will help me for my daily diet planner. So I will select this emoji which is related to that one. Okay, so I will select this, let's select this fruit icon. Here we'll say help me, or we can just say you are a professional diet planner. Okay, and then just one more thing I forgot. Once the agent is created, we'll simply show an alert message. So we'll say alert.alert, here we'll say agent created successfully. Okay, and you can add a button try now or something like that. So this is a simple alert, but you can even modify this one. So here we can add confirmation, then we'll say a subtitle or message is nothing but uh, the agent is created. Then you can even add a button. So button you need to add inside the array list. Over here we'll say text will have OK button. Here will say on press event. Okay, so on press of this one we'll just console.log. Okay, will not add anything. Okay, and for a style you can add a cancel style. Okay, then the another button will say try now. Okay, on the press of this try now you can simply navigate it. Okay, so that you can immediately try this particular agent. So over here I will define a router, so you can navigate it. So once you have the router dot push, okay, now inside this you can add path name, so similar like this chart. Then you can add a parameters, so I will just use the parameters. So let me copy the example because we already use it, right? So these are the parameters we needed. I'm going to paste this over here. So we have this agent name with so we already have the agent name, so we'll replace this with the agent name. Initial text I will pass it as empty. Agent prompt nothing but the instruction, and agent ID nothing but the agent ID. And from here you can directly use it. Let's save everything. I think that's all we needed. Okay, let's try it now. So here we'll say diet planner, then I will change this icon. Here we'll say instruction, you are a professional diet planner agent. Now click create agent, and then it's saying agent created successfully. Now you have option OK and try now. If you click on try now, it will navigate to this diet planner, and if you see this it's using the same chart functional. Here we'll say hi, click a message, send the message, and then it will say hello, how can I assist you with your diet or nutrition goals today. If you see, now this agent will help us related to all diet question. Okay, only related to diet, so you don't need to enter a complete prompt, and that's why this agent assistant is quite helpful for your personal use. And that's how you have to create the agent. Now last important thing, if I go back, if you see this assistant name instruction are still there, right? That input value is still there. So simply what you need to do, once you created the agent, you have to set the agent name with an empty value, send the instruction with the empty value, and you can keep the emoji, that's not big deal. Okay, once the agent is created. So that's how you have to implement it. So that's all. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now those particular agents we are going to show on this home screen as well as under the explore section. Under this explore tab, we are going to show all user created agent as well as feature agent, and also an option to create a new agent. Okay, now obviously we are going to use a lot of existing component. So let's go to this explore tab, and very first thing that I'm going to do is to add a style to this view, and simply we are going to add a padding. Then over here we'll add create agent banner. Okay, obviously it's existing one, and if you see it's get added. After this we wanted to show user created agent. Okay, so that will come, and the feature here will say agent feature agent. I forgot the name. Let's see what the name we gave. So here we'll say agent list component. Okay, let me go to this home page, and we have this agent list component, but we need to pass it as a is feature to true, and then save it, and that's how this featured agent is also displaying. Perfect. Now Obviously before that we wanted to show the user created agent, and in order to show it user created agent, it's quite easy and straightforward. So simply let's consider that we have this screen right at the top. Obviously we are showing that create banner, but along with this one we are going to show user created agent. Over here we are going to add an emoji. So let's say we'll add a icon. So over here will be the emoji. Then we want to add the agent name and then the arrow. Okay, so which on the click of this you can start the conversation. As simple as that. Obviously it will be a multiple agent, so it will come just below that one. And obviously after that we have this feature agent list. Perfect, right? So main thing that we need to implement is this particular section. So for that one we need to fetch the all the user created agent. And I forgot to show you that last time we created the agent, that agent will be inside our database. If I refresh the database, you will see the new collection called agents. Inside this agent is created with the agent name and all of this information. So let's go back to our application. Here inside the component I will create a new folder called explore, and inside the explore we'll create a new component called user created agent list.tsx. Now let's add a default template, and then this user created agent list I'm gonna add inside this explore created agent list. Now here you will see this user created agent list. Over here I will add a style. I will add a margin top to 10 and margin bottom to 10. Over here we'll say my agent slash we'll say assistant. I will add a style. Over here we'll say font size to 22, or maybe we can say 18, and font weight to bold. Now obviously we need to show a list, so first we need to get that all the docs. So we'll say get agent or user agents and the arrow function. Obviously we need to fetch it from the Firebase, so we'll say constant. So in order to fetch multiple documents, first we need to write a query. Okay, so we'll say query from the Firebase Firestore. Inside this we'll write collection and then the Firebase DB reference. After that we need to provide the collection name. So in this case is agent, I think agents or agent, we'll see. So it's agents with the S, and then we need to add a where clause because we only want to fetch the agent which user is created. So we'll say then where user email is equal to, and then let me bring this down, and then the user email. Now let's get this user email over here. So we'll say user is equal to use user from the Clerk Expo, and then we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Let me close this. So that's how our query is now ready. Now we'll say constant query snapshot is equal to await get docs. Okay, make sure we want to fetch multiple documents, so we need to use this get docs, then pass this query queue. As we are using await, make this as async. After that obviously this query snapshot will return a multiple document. So here we'll say query snapshot dot for each with a document, and then we can just console for now with a document dot data because we'll get the list, and then save it. Now this particular get user agent we need to call inside the use effect only when the user information is available. Okay, so here we'll say if user is there, then only call this get user agent, and then save it. Now inside the console you will see this agent. Okay, because right now you only one agent, that's why it's displaying only one record. Perfect. Now let's save this agent in a list. So we'll say constant agent list comma set agent list, is equal to use state. Okay, now you can provide a type called agent, and or maybe it's, we can say array of agent. So here we'll say type agent. Inside this we'll say agent name of type string, agent id of type string, then prompt of type string. Let's see what are the other field, emoji and user email. Here we'll say emoji of type string. That's all we needed. Then over here we'll set the agent list. We'll say previous value dot 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 previous value with the current value. So we'll say dot 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 doc dot data along with the id. So we'll say agent id with a doc dot id. Okay, so that's how we are going to save. Also this need to be something like this, and here I will pass an empty value. Okay, I don't know why we are getting this error, but I will just ignore this error. Okay, sometimes you need to, because we are using TypeScript, right, you need to add more condition, but let's ignore it for now and then let's save it. So right now if I go over here, we don't have anything, but obviously we need to iterate those agent list. So I will use a flat list. Inside the flat list we need to provide a data called agent list. Then we need to render the item. So we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view, and inside the view first I want to add a text for the emoji. So we'll say item dot emoji. Let's save this one. If you see, this emoji is displaying on the screen. Obviously it's showing 3 times because we have to make sure we will clear every time when this get user agent call. So over here at the top we'll set this agent list to empty every time. Okay, now it will only display once. See, after that we need to show an name. So we'll say item dot agent name, and the last just and left arrow, sorry, right arrow. So we'll say arrow right, and then save it. Okay, something like this. Now let's bring everything in one line. So we'll add a style. Inside this we'll say a display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, then padding to let's say 5, then we'll want a border width to let's say 1. Let's save this one. Let's add more padding, then we'll add align item in the center, and then justify content. Over here actually we want only this arrow to be on the right side. So we'll say justify content space between, but we don't want this dial planner to be on the right side. So for that one you need to wrap this text inside another view, right, and then we have to add display flex with a flex direction as a row, and then we can add a gap to 10 or 10 only. Okay, and that's how it looks. Now for this we'll add a font size, let's say 25, and for this text as well, for the agent name you can add a font size, let's say 20, with a font weight as semi bold, and for this one we can add align item to be in the center. Okay, then for this parent view we'll add border color to colors dot white, and border radius to let's say 15. We'll add margin top to 10. I think that's pretty good. Okay, If you want, you can make this border with 0.5 only, not too much. And if you want to add border color to colors dot gray and save it. Perfect. And that's how your agent will display. For this feature agent, you can also name it. Okay, for inside the Explorer, I will add a text called featured agent, and for this one we'll add a style. Make sure to import this text from the React Native, and then inside the style we'll say a font size to 22, font family, let's say semi bold. Oh sorry, this need to be a font to weight. Let's make it bold only and save it. Here I will make it 18 only. Okay, so that's how your agent is ready. Now inside this user created agent, obviously we need to add on press event. So on the click of this one, you want to navigate it. So I will change this view to touchable opacity, and then we can add on press event. Now make sure to add a router so that you can navigate it. So we'll say a router is equal to use router from the Expo router, and then similar like the previous one. So I can just copy from the create agent, right? That's where we use this parameter and all. So I will copy this path name and parameter so that we can navigate with the correct data. So here we'll say router dot push, and then enter this. Right now in this case, obviously you need to add item dot agent name, then item dot prompt, and then item dot agent id, and then save it. Perfect. Now if I click on this one, it will navigate to that diet planner chart, right? Perfect. If I click on writing assistant, it will go to the writing assistant, and that's how our explore section is also ready. If you have any doubt, any question about this page, let me know in the comment section. So currently when we are saving this chart information, we are saving the messages along with the agent name, ID, prompt, right? But along with this one, I'm also going to save the emoji if there is a user created, or image banner if it's an existing agent. Okay, so let's simply go to the chart where we have this index.tsx file, and inside the messages we are saving, right? Over here we'll save it as an emoji if there is any emoji. So obviously we need to get that from the local param. So here we'll say emoji and also the image banner. So these two value we need it. If the emoji is there, obviously it will save emoji, and if there is a image banner, then it will save the image banner. Now whenever you are coming to this particular chart at that router push line, we need to pass these two fields whenever it possible. So let's simply go to the agent card, because inside the agent, not agent card, but inside this agent list component we have this parameter. Over here we'll say image banner, and then we want to simply pass this item dot image. Okay, same thing we need to do for the non-feature agent. Okay, so that is already included inside the agent list, but when we created the new agent at that time as well, we need to add it. So inside the create agent, in this case we need to pass emoji, and also inside this explore user created agent, I think we have this on press event here as well. I will pass the emoji. So we'll say item dot emoji. So next time whenever we save, it will also save the emoji. If there is a no value, then we can show some kind of placeholder inside the history tab. Along with the agent emoji and the banner, we are also going to save the date, the last modified date. Okay, so for that one, when we save this message, right, over here we'll say last modified as a field, and simply I'm going to show a date dot now. Okay, so this will be the timestamp which we are going to save. Okay, and then whenever you add an add new message, it will also save this last modified date. Now it's time to implement the history tab, where we are going to show all the user chart history. If you see this mockup, it's quite simple, where we on the left hand side we are going to show the chart icon or any emoji icon, because we are already saving, but it's not there, that's completely fine. We can just show the chart emoji icon. Then the agent name which we are saving, and the last message. Obviously we have the message list, from that one we have to show the last message. And on the click of that, obviously it will navigate to the chart page, where he can see all the previous chart history as well, and then he can again continue to chart depends on the previous chart history. As simple as that. So first thing first, we already have this chart or a history tab, and we need to get the all the chart history, right? So I will go to this console, and inside that we already have this chart collection. So let's go back to this tab, and under these tabs let's go to the history.tsx. inside this we'll create a method called constant get chart history and the arrow function. Now here we need to write a query, so we'll say constant query is equal to query, then collection, need to provide a Firebase DB reference, then the collection name which is a chart. I will just cross verify, so it's a charts, that's correct. And then we need to add a where clause, because we need to only fetch the chart history belong to that particular user. So here we'll say user email is equal to and we need to get the user email address, so we'll say constant user is equal to use user from the clerk, and then we'll simply say user dot primary email address dot email address. After this we'll say constant query snapshot is equal to await get docs, because we are fetching multiple document, and then pass this query. As we are using await, I will make this as async. Then we'll say query snapshot dot for each. Over here we'll iterate all of this document, and right now I will just console this doc dot data. Okay, so each document we are consoling. Then we need to call this get chart history inside the use effect only when we have the user information available. So here we say if user, then call this get chart history, and then save it. Now over here you will see this chart history. Perfect, it means we are getting the data. Now we need to save it, so here we say constant history list comma set history list is equal to use state. Now inside the history list you can provide a type as well. Okay, so it's up to you, but let's add history as a type. It's a collection, so this is how I'm gonna add it. Obviously for a type we'll say type history, and then go over here we have agent ID, name, prompt, so we need all of this. So we'll say agent ID is of type number, agent name is of type string, then what else we have, agent prompt we have, so we'll say agent prompt of type string. Then we have the emoji image banner, so if you want to display emoji you can get that emoji image banner, and then list of messages. Okay, so I will put a type any. I think that's all we needed. Okay, you can even get this last modified date, I also added that, so you can also add this last modified date. Okay, I will keep it any because this is a timestamp. Now once we have this history, state define along with the type. Simply inside this we'll set the history list with the previous data. So here we'll say dot 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 previous comma doc dot data. Here I will add ts ignore and then save it. Now we have this history list. Now we need to display that on the screen. So for this view I will add a style with a padding to 20. Let's save it. Now next, once we added this history list, make sure you will add empty array to this history list, so you will not get that error. Then once we have the history list, we just need to iterate. So over here we're gonna use a flat list. Inside the flat list we'll add a data which is nothing but the history list. Then we'll render the item with the item comma index and then the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view, and then we want to add a chart icon. So maybe we can add just chart, or I will say message circle. We'll see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. Also obviously it's re-rendering, so I will set the history list every time with the empty value. And then once we have this message circle, then we want to add the agent name. So we'll add a view over here. Inside the view we'll add a text, and inside the text we'll say item dot agent name. Okay, so right now okay, so we have an error. I don't know why. Maybe okay, we forgot to import the text, so make sure to import it. I will make sure to reload application, and if you see we have this agent name. Perfect. Then I will delete this some of the chart because I just added by mistakenly. So because some of them we really don't need it, okay, for the testing purpose at least. And right now that's completely fine. Next thing we want to do is to add a text with the last message, right? So over here we'll say text. Inside the text we need to add item dot messages, right? And we need to get a last message, right? So we'll say messages of item dot messages dot length -1, and from there if I open any of the message, right, you will see the last message. From this last message we need to get a content, so we'll say content. Okay, so we'll say dot content. Let's save this one. Let's see whether we are getting or not. And here if you see we have this last message, but obviously we don't want to display complete message. So here we'll say number of lines, and let's say 2, maximum 2 lines we can show. And that's all we needed. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view we'll say style display as a flex, then we'll say flex direction as a row. After that, for this message circle we'll add a style. Here we'll add a padding, let's say 5, and we'll add a border width to let's say 7. So somehow, okay, so this is the icon, so that's the reason it's not applying the padding or anything. So we'll add a view, and then to this view we'll add a padding to 5, then we'll add a border width to 1, maybe let's say 0.4. Then we'll add a background color to colors dot white. We'll set display as a flex, and item to be in the, or align item in the center. We'll say justify content in the center as well, and let's add a more padding, something like this. Okay, then we'll also add a border radius to let's say 5, make it 10. Even though if you did not add this border, that's completely fine, because for this particular view now we are going to add a padding to let's say 20. Okay, now after that let's make it 10 for now. Then we'll add a background color as well, so colors dot white. Then margin bottom to, let's say, 6, so some space, let's make it 10, and border radius to, let's say, 20, or 20 is too much, like make it 10. Perfect. Now for this agent name, we'll add a style. Here we'll say font size to 20, then font weight to bold. For this particular message description, we'll add a style with the color as colors dot gray. I think that's all we needed. Obviously this text, if you see, it's going beyond the screen. Now for this one, right, you have multiple options. The easiest option, you can simply provide some width. So for example, if I say 80% width, so it will just assign the 80% width of this complete screen. So if the screen is smaller, obviously it will take the 80% of that smaller screen. And instead of the white color here, I can maybe use a light gray for this background, and then I will also add a margin right to, let's say, 10. Perfect. Then if it has a emoji icon, right, you can even show the emoji icon. So over here we'll just add if item dot emoji, if it's there, then simply show that emoji icon inside the text. So we'll say item dot emoji, otherwise show this circle, the message circle icon. So here the question mark, and then save it. Now in this case, if you see, it has the emoji, that's why it's showing emoji. Obviously here I will add a style with a font size of, let's say, 20. Perfect. Okay, now next thing, on the click of any of this particular chart history, it should navigate to that chart UI. So basically we need to wrap this in a touchable opacity. Okay, so here we'll say touchable opacity, and then we'll create a method. So we'll say constant on click handle, and then we'll call this method to this on press. So we'll say on press on click handle, and then pass this item. Okay, now over here if I go to this item of type history, now obviously we want to navigate it, so you need to define a router, and then you can simply add router dot push the path name, which is nothing but the chart. This need to be a path name, and then the params, inside the param we want to say agent name as item dot agent name. Then obviously I forgot the parameter, so what I will do, I will just copy this all the parameter we wanted to send. Okay, so we have the initial text, we have the item dot agent prompt, then item dot agent id, and then item dot emoji. Also we can send image banner as item dot image banner. Okay, so this information we are going to send once user click on any of this. So if I click on this diet planner, if you see, it's navigating to that page. But on this page, if you see, we don't have messages because we are not sending any messages list. So here we'll say messages, and then we can just simply add we'll say messages list. Okay, because we already have the state called messages. So we'll say messages list, and then we'll say item dot messages. Now let's go to the chart. Okay, in the under this chart page, inside this chart page over here, don't forget to get a messages list, right, because that's what we are sending. And if the messages list is there, we are going to set this messages list. So maybe inside this use effect only, we'll say if messages list dot length is greater than 0, it means we have the messages list. Simply set this messages and save it. Now I will go back and come to this page, and somehow it's still not working, so let me see why. Okay, so over here if you see, we are sending a chart ID, so every time uh, we need to send it as a not agent ID, we have to send as a chart ID, otherwise it will create a new uh, chart every time. Now there is one more important thing we need to consider when you are sending a parameter, right? This need to be a string, not an object. And now this, in this case, the messages is an object, so you need to convert into a string. So we'll just say json.stringify. Okay, now if I go to the chart, now in this case this message, let me bring this down, so this message list is in the form of string. Now we need to convert into a JSON in order to save to this set message. So over here, once we have this message, so just above that we can do it. So we'll say constant messages list format JSON, will say JSON is equal to JSON dot pass, and then we'll pass the messages list. Now once we have this messages list JSON dot length greater than 0, then we'll set the messages. So this need to be actually messages list JSON. Over here it's saying that argument of type string, a string array is not assignable of parameter of string, so that's weird. So go over here. So here what I will do, I will just ignore this error, okay, because sometimes it happens. Let's save this one. Now if I open this, boom, if you see, we have this message list. If I open any of this, obviously this is new, so it's not opening, but if I open another one regarding the fitness coach, you will see the related messages. Cool, right? So that's how you have to show the history. Now let's go ahead and try this out. So I will add a caption generator, right? Okay, so we have an unexpected error u, so that's because if you see this messages list, right, because we introduced this particular section. So basically what we can do, we can add if condition. So we'll say if messages list is there, okay, then only execute this line of code. So we'll say messages list, if it's there then only. Okay, so let me reload this app, and now let's test this out. So let's add math solver. Okay, so here we will add 2 plus 2 into 56 minus 34 is equal to how much. Okay, so I will send this equation. Obviously this is math solver, so he will give you the proper explanation for each of the step. If you see the expression, the step 1, step 2, and the final answer, that's how cool it is, right? And we got the data. Now I will go back, let's go to the history. Inside the history you will see the math solver that we just did it, right? I will click on this one, and here your history. Perfect. Now obviously if you want to bring the latest one at the top, you need to order that particular chart history, right? So over here inside the history we have to add a query. After this we have the where clause, and then after that we need to say order by. Inside the order by you need to add on which order you need to do. Okay, so over here order by with the name of the column. So let's go ahead over here and we'll modify it, we'll order it by last modified. Okay, we added this particular field, so you can order it by descending. Okay, and then save this one. Now once you save, you might get an error, right? So let me, right now if you see new data will not displaying. So in order to fix it, you can add pull to refresh, and pull to refresh is very easy. Inside this flat list you can add on refresh. Now this on refresh will call this get chart history method. So we'll say get chart history, but along with this on refresh you need to provide a refreshing. Okay, inside the refreshing you need to provide whether it's true or false. So basically you need to define a state called loading comma set loading is equal to use state. You can make this as a false, and when the chart history is loading we can set the loading as true, and once it is done, we'll set the loading as a false. Now this loading state you need to pass, so we'll say loading and then save it. Right now if you see we are not getting anything. That's because you need to create an index. Okay, so let me refresh the screen so you'll get to know. Okay, inside the Firebase, once you add any order by clause, you need to index these particular documents. You might get the link. So if I go to the history, right now we are not getting anything, but if I go to the indexes, you have to create the index. So right now I just wrap this in a try catch block. Okay, so that we got the error, and this is the error we got it, which is saying the query requires an index. You can create it by clicking over here. So just copy this URL from the console and then you can paste it inside the browser. It automatically make sure to select account, and it automatically create the indexing for us. So if you see, it's saying that okay, on user email you need to add ascending order, on last modified you need to add descending, blah blah blah, and then simply click save. It takes few seconds to create this indexing. Currently if you see, the status is saying building, so we'll wait to finish it. And if you see, the status is now showing it as a enable. Now if I reload our application, so just reload, press R inside the terminal and it will reload our app. And if I go to the history tab, you will see the math solver which we just did last is showing at the top. Pretty cool, right? Now let's consider that you are on the diet planner and you send something, say hi, it send the message, we'll go back, just refresh the screen, and I don't know why I think if you see, it's not saved. So let's say hi, hello, I'm just sending some random message. Okay, so the reason that it was not saving, because we are coming from the this history page, and in the history page we already have the chart ID, right? And inside this use effect, if you see, we are checking whether we have the doc ID or not. So I just console and check that whether we are saving or not. So that's the reason it's not going inside the if loop, because we are trying to check whether doc ID is not there. And doc ID we are setting only when we don't have the chart ID, but in this case we have the chart ID. So basically we'll add a else condition, and then we'll add the set doc with the, or will here we have set doc ID with the chart ID. Okay, so let's see everything here. We'll say to string. Okay, so if there is some issue, now we have the chart ID, we have this to string, and obviously now it will check the doc ID as well. And now if you see, it's saving the data. Now if I go back, let's go back and refresh this screen, because that's where I check, and if you see, we got the result. Perfect, right? It means our data is now saving. Now let's implement the profile page. Profile page is quite straightforward, and I'm also going to give you the source code for the profile screen. So let's go to our eraser doc. Let me show you how the profile will look like. So once you are on the profile tab, you will see this profile image, then the email, and some option like create agent, explore, my history, and logout option. Obviously each of these will navigate to that respective pages. So basically I also added this profile screen code, so just simply copy that, go back to your profile page under the tab folder and simply paste it here. And now if I go to this profile, you will see this profile page. Obviously here we need to replace with our own information. This is just a dummy information. So first, in order to get the user information, I'm going to use the clerk use user hook. Then we'll use this user, and we want to show the profile image. So simply you can type user dot image URL and then save it, and here you will see the user profile image. For the email as well, I'm going to show user dot primary email address dot email address and then save it. Perfect. So that's how you have to display. The last important thing, on the click of this button, we want to navigate it, right? So over here, along with this icon, I'm also going to add one more field called path. And over here, obviously, for a path, we can give the route of that particular page. Over here, for this one, we'll say path as a create agent. Then for this explore, we'll say tabs slash explore. Okay. For this my history, we again have the path similar like this one, but over here we'll say history. And for logout, we'll add a path logout. Okay, something like this. We'll update that because we want to implement the logout function on the click of this logout button. But for now, over here, we'll add on press event, and then we're gonna call a method called on menu click. And to this one, obviously, we are going to pass an item. Now it is on menu link. Over here, we'll get this with menu of type any, or we can say menu item. Now over here we'll say if menu item dot path is equal to logout, then obviously we'll implement a logout functionality. Otherwise, we want to navigate it. So over here we'll define a router using the Expo router, and then simply we'll navigate it. So we'll say router dot push, and then we have this menu item dot path, and then save it. Now if I click on this create agent, if you see, it's navigate to the create agent. On explore, it went jumped to this explore page, and my history will jump onto the my history page. Okay. Now for a logout, obviously we need to implement the clerk logout functionality. Now to add this sign out functionality, you have to add using this constant sign out is equal to use clerk, okay, from the Clerk Expo. And then over here we'll simply say await sign out. But make sure here we'll add it as a async, and don't forget to go to this home screen route. So here we say router dot replace with slash, and then save it. Now on the click of logout, either you can also add a pop-up message, but if I click logout, if you see, it's jump to this home screen. Obviously now again you have to sign in because you completely log out from the application. So you can just click on get started and then select the Google account. And then once you sign in, you redirect user to this home screen where our application will work as it is. Okay. Now until this point, if you have any question, any doubt related to this profile screen, let me know in the comment section, as I already provided you the profile screen or profile page code as well inside the Razor doc. Now it is very important to make this application as a SaaS. You have to add the payment gateway where user can buy the subscription for your app in order to use it. Obviously we also provided you the free trial, but after that you can allow user to pay for the service, right? And that's why at the very beginning we added this pro button where you can user can easily join the pro membership. The question is how to add it, right? Now there are a lot of different ways that you can add the payment gateway into your React Native application. Now obviously you can deploy this React Native application on an Android or iOS or even on a web. But if you are deploying it on a web as a mobile inside the mobile browser, something like that, then I will definitely recommend you the Clerk Billing. Now Clerk is not only used for authentication, but Clerk also featured a brand new subscription billing model where you can easily add a subscription pricing table directly into your app by just adding one line of code. You don't need to add any payment gateway integration or any configuration. Just with the help of Clerk Billing and adding the plan into the Clerk dashboard, you can easily add the pricing into your application. Let me show you the quick demo. So simply once you are in this Clerk dashboard, then over here you need to go to the configure. Inside the configure, go to the billing setting, and here you can create a plan if you don't have any plan created. Okay, so right now obviously we have one by default always free plan, but you can even create a new plan by adding some information. So here we'll say pro plan with some description. You can provide some amount with the annual discount, and most important thing that Clerk also introduced a free trial. You can give user a free trial. For example, you want to give 3-day free trial, just add that, and automatically it added to the free trial feature into your pricing. If you see at the bottom, you will find this more information about this free trial subscription. Inside this free trial subscription, Clerk will automatically handle the free trial after 3 days. Then Clerk will automatically charge user for the paid subscription. It helps user to convert the free user to the paid user, and that is very important. You don't need to do anything. By just enabling this option, it automatically get added to your pricing table. That's how it is. Once you added all the information, let's say you added everything, all the details, and simply save this plan. And once this plan is saved, obviously you can add more feature into the plan by clicking on this add feature. Just go back here, you will see this plan name. Okay, and then you can simply integrate it or enable this billing so that you can easily integrate into your app. Okay, now inside my Kravik Studio application, I also using the Clerk. Okay, so let me show you the quick demo how it actually works. So inside the pricing model, I added this Clerk Authentication as well as Clerk pricing model or billing subscription model. If you see, we have this beautiful pricing table where user have annually and monthly subscription where user can buy it directly from this application, and everything is driven by the Clerk. If I click on subscribe, you will see the inbuilt in-app checkout page. Everything is added by the Clerk, so you don't need to worry about this payment gateway integration. Okay, just you need to add the webhook. Once the payment is successful, you have to call that webhook, and then it will automatically save information to your database. That's how it is. Now guys, if you want to learn more about how you can add the Clerk billing into the React Native application, let me know in the comment section. I'm definitely help you to create a video on that one so that you can easily add on inside your application. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to change the splash screen and logo for our application. If you go to these assets, currently it uses this icon.png, and for splash screen we are using splash-icon.png, and both of these are already configured under this app.json. If you see, for icon it's navigating to this icon.png, and obviously this is the adaptive icon, so you can just ignore. But for splash screen you will see this splash-icon.png. But if you want to use your own, simply make sure you have this logo and simply copy that into your assets folder. Now I will rename this to logo.png. Now one more important thing you need to consider, inside this login.png, if I open which is the existing one, this size of login.png is 1024 by 1024. So it's taking some time to load it. Okay, this icon.png. So you have to make sure your logo.png is also of same size. Okay, and splash icon as well. Now instead of replacing the name, I'm gonna simply go to this app.json, and then I will change this to logo.png, and here as well I will change this to logo.png. You can even change this adaptive icon to logo.png and simply save it. Once you save, obviously next time when you reload your application, you will see your application logo as well as the splash screen will change. If you see, the splash screen is now changed because I reload the application. Okay, so that's how you have to update the assets like splash screen and logo for your application.